Welcome everybody to Challengers Uprising playoffs. We got the quarterfinals here. I'm Grapes, joined here by my guy Gunjan, and we have the AOE Civil War grudge match, whatever you want to call it, as the main roster takes on AOE randoms. Gunjan, how are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic, and I'm so ready for AOE Infinity War. They're finally colliding with each other in these quarterfinal matchups, and I'm super excited to kind of break these teams down and kind of just see how they match up against each other. Because again, it feels like this big brother team going against their little brother team, but they're gonna put up a fight, and it's gonna be incredibly exciting.
Yeah, both teams had a different road, I would say, to get
Yeah.
into this quarterfinal stage. AOE main obviously went for those two straight 2-0s. All four of their games in the main stage were completed in under 30 minutes. And then Revival, well, they just actually ended up forfeiting yesterday to give AOE that first seed. Whereas on the other side, Randoms had a bit more of a difficult journey, ending with 2-1, and that's why they're the second seed going up against main's first seed.
Yeah, they had a battle. On the side of AoE main team, they pretty much had pretty dominant wins versus EG and TSM, respectively, where it felt like pretty much every lane by lane, they just dominated. In every series, you could see that the coordination between the team was just pretty solid, and every single player kind of stepped up to bat. For the side of randoms, however, they did have to go through pretty much a gauntlet to get back after going down 0-2 versus Wildcard Red, the wildcard red team. They had to then come back versus Radiance and then have that banger of a best of three versus Supernova
Yeah.
where they pulled it out and got that second seed.
Yeah, and that was a really tough series, but at the end of the day, we're here in the quarterfinals. Of course, there are three other quarterfinals going on. We got Golden Guardians against Zeus, Wildcard versus EG, C9 versus Resolve, my personal match to watch, other than this one, of course. But if we take a look at the rosters really quick, Gunjan, there's a lot of really interesting components here on AoE main. We got Faisal, RBM, Darkwing, Sketchstreams, and Fizzy, whereas on the other side, for the AoE randoms, we have Chim, Josie, Leo, Shorthop, and Pockets. There's so many interesting players to talk about here that are under this AoE banner, Gunshan. But we want to focus a little bit more on the jungle matchup. We got Josie against RBM. We were talking about lanes a little bit earlier, but the jungle has definitely been super impactful for both of these teams.
Yeah, and jungle right now is at a really interesting turning point because a lot of champions have kind of come into the jungle. Obviously, the Dianas, the Morganas, the Rumbles that have kind of taken over and made the jungle into this AP fiesta. And both these players do pilot these champions very effectively. And so I'm excited to see how they kind of affect the map because again, with the jungle changes, with the XP changes, now junglers are way more incentivized to gank. They have a little bit more time as well because of the jungle timer reset where the jungle camp spawn is kind of delayed by the 15 seconds. So there's a lot more action on the map, and I'm excited to see what RBM and Josie do, especially in the early game, because again, a lot of series that we've seen recently, even dating back to MSI and in the recent amateur tournament scene, that it is about that early game blitzing, it feels like. A lot of champs like the Renekton have been popping up. A lot of champs like the Lee Sin top lane have been popping up. And to kind of facilitate that early game blitz where you pick early game strong laners that just blitz down tower plates, blitz early objectives, and to just stack up enough advantages to win the game. And if that is the meta that we're in, I really favor the AoE roster because, again, they put up a strong kind of 1 through 5, where every single one of their laners plays really solidly, and RBM knows exactly who to give those leads to really get that lane kind of cooking and get them really rolling in that early game.
Yeah, it's always so impressive to see how these certain junglers adapt to different metas that Riot throws at them patch after patch. RBM specifically, particular to me, has been incredibly impressive, playing so many things like the Rumble, the Morgana, even that Pocket Diana pick that has been banned against him a fair amount of times. Whereas on the other side, Josie has been really effective in inflecting the map, especially towards that top side. Chim has been getting a lot of attention, has garnered a lot of early leads, and has been one of those main factors to result in some of those wins for the team.
Yeah, and again, it is about that early game kind of pressure cooker that we're kind of seeing in the map, where everyone wants to get early game leads, and it feels like the scaling comps, again, they're there. We are seeing the Orianas and the Victors, and then obviously bot lane is kind of turning into that Kaisa, Jinx, maybe the Aphelios, but you can kind of supersede that late game by picking stuff like the Tristana, who's so flexible that can really dominate the early game. Champions like even Kha'Zix are kind of opening back up in the meta because, again, that mid game point where it feels like AoE random squad is a little bit less coordinated than the AoE main roster, that's when it gets really tough. And so that's why in this series that I really favor the AoE roster, but it doesn't mean that the AoE randoms can't do much, because I think that the volatility that they add in the early game and the mid game can really take over. We've seen Leo99 have these pop-off performances on champions like the Jace, the Sylas, sorry. And so I'm excited to see kind of what he adds in that early game kind of, I like to call it a early game hot pot. Everyone just kind of throws in their champions, and you see kind of what comes out. And so I'm excited to see what the spices that AoE randoms throw in there to kind of give themselves the advantage in that early game.
And if we're talking about volatility on randoms, the main focus for them is definitely towards that bot lane. Short Hop and Pockets have been a bot lane duo that has been really exciting for the past couple of years. And now coming together on this team, making the playoffs for the first time, it's going to be super exciting to see them. Obviously, Short Hop does have a very strong champion pool on his own, but Pockets is the one I want to focus on for just a little bit, Gunjan. What a champion pool this guy has.
That is a champion Mediterranean Ocean, it feels like. In game number 3 versus Supernova, that kind of clinching game to put them into playoffs, we saw the Maokai support with the Senna Maokai bot lane. So I'm excited to see what he whips out. I think he plays Engage incredibly well. I think the meta right now is revolving around champs like the Alistair, like the Thresh, like even the Maokai Gragas as well. And then obviously Rel is in that. So I'm excited to see what Pockets does. But as we kind of transition over, I want to kind of throw out my predictions and see what you have kind of thrown out as well, Grapes, because I'm favoring the AoE main team. I'm giving them a 3-1 advantage. And it looks like we're kind of just on the same page right there. The caster synergy, the caster connection. I always knew that I liked you, Grapes, and you're kind of on that same mind field as I am.
Yeah, I mean, it at the end of the day, we're talking about so many of these incredible players on the AoE random squad. But if you just take a look at the rosters again, just so many incredible players. We spent this whole AD section without even talking about Darkwings, one of the top prospects here in the amateur scene, and he is going to be a monster to watch in this series. And yeah, just given kind of the player skills, unless AoE randoms come up with some interesting strategies in the draft and really go hard with some of their more aggressive play styles, I'm definitely favoring AoE in a 3-1. But we are receiving word that Pro Draft is about to get underway. So with that, we're about to throw it over to our casters, Dia and RMC.
Right, welcome to the desk, guys. We finally made it here. Thank you so much, Grapes and Gungeon, for setting the scene. And now we should be getting into the draft pretty soon as well, RMC. So I want to see whether the analyst desk has predicted things correctly, whether we get AoE randoms sort of pulling out these odd picks that they've become known for throughout their cup run, or whether AoE Esports will be able to control the draft in a standard style.
And as they kind of alluded to on the analyst there, Dia, for the side of AoE randoms, if they want to win, it needs to start in draft here. It's going to be a little difficult, I think, if they're relying strictly on mechanics to out execute or just synergy here. Both these teams are very, very strong.
Yeah, right now, I think that the thing that I'm looking towards, RMC, is a lot of that jungle matchup, because I've been talking to you about it ever since we started the day today in preparation for this matchup. But I think that RBM Josie is the matchup to watch, because the jungle can control so much of the game's tempo, and both these junglers are not only just playing the role, but they've got some crazy shot calling to back them up.
Yeah, for sure here. And the early game for both these teams do tend to revolve around where the junglers are looking to make action happen. Don't get me wrong, the lanes are very, very strong here, but the jungle tends to kick things off. So tracking where they're going, how they're able to interact is going to be absolutely key. But yeah, as much as you've been talking about the jungle, you know that I've been just adjacent to you here. I've been looking at the mid lane, because Darkwings for AoE is an absolute beast. I mean, if we look at where the analysts are ranking the champions, the players right now, Darkwings is up there as one of number 1 or number 2 pick for multiple analysts. And if we look over to AoE randoms, I think a lot of people are sleeping on Leo99, who's been an absolute beast as well, but just not as well known. So I do want to see how this matches up. Both of them are fairly lane dominant players.
Let's see how they prioritize, if at all, as we get into the draft phase, though. AoE already taken away Karma Senna. Certainly not that mid and jungle party we were thinking, but definitely targeting the flexibility of the bot lane for AoE randoms. On the other side of this, of course, the Lee Sin, the Tristana are both very flexible picks that AoE has already made great use of this split. Sketchstream's not going to be able to pilot his famous Tristana, and Faisal and Darkwing's not going to be able to flip around with the Lee Sin.
And if there's two champions I'm really, really scared of on the side of AoE main, it's Rumble and it's Tristana here for RBM and Sketch Streams. They've got huge win percentages of it. Tristana got banned. Rumble didn't. And both these teams have showed that they know how to play this Rumble. They know how to pilot it. Yes, Rumble has sort of fallen off a little bit in favor internationally, but at least here in AoE, it's still right up there.
And there's an instant re-lock-in of the Nocturne as well. I want to take a moment to talk about why the Gwen was banned at the same time, because we haven't seen AoE really play it, but despite that, she's taken away.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because right now Viego and Gwen have both shot up in priority. They skill amazingly well. Both of them have a lot of agency. They can side lane, they can team fight, they can do it all here. So the fact that they've taken it off tells me that maybe AoE just hasn't tipped their hand in the main tournament yet. We've seen it banned by AoE a lot, never seen it played, but again, because these teams are sister teams, there might be some in knowledge that we're not aware of. And even if not, you just don't want to risk Gwen getting into the hands of Faisal or RBM, or maybe even Darkwings, because if Darkwings can pilot Viego, he can definitely pilot Gwen.
And the question I'm asking myself is, who is piloting this Diana Nocturne? Because those two picks do have a lot of flexibility by themselves as well. AoE randoms really not committing to a playstyle yet, whereas AoE, you can kind of see where these picks are going a little bit more easily. Rumble very likely going into the jungle. Kai'Sa going into the bot lane, paired with the Leona, is really straightforward and a very powerful draft.
Yeah, and AoE just going their standard usual draft here, their bot lane and their jungle early. They're saving their solo lanes for later picks, but already really solid here. And more importantly, I love Sketch Streams on this Kai'Sa here, because when we watched AoE play against EGP, bot lane Sketch Dreams and Fizzy kind of just played skill and kind of passive. But in their games against TSM Amateur, Sketch Dreams got to pop off, and it was on this Diana. Ezreal coming through from AoE randoms. It's a safe ADC who has the escapability, but against the Kai'Sa here, can still get run down. It's going to be a bit of an interesting matchup.
I see the Ezreal as like I don't really want to play bot lane with you. I don't think that Kai'Sa Leona is the type of day that I want to have. So at the very least, Short Hop will be able to avoid the majority of the laning phase and be able to play from safety, which will be really important, especially if his support has to roam, to match roams that we know Fizzy will put out on the map. We've seen his Leona before. There's a few question marks, but the one thing that I'm not doubting is that he's certainly going to be engaging.
It was kind of funny because the last time we cast Fizzy on this Leona, I was actually told after the games that apparently Fizzy always loses on Leona. AoE has just not been winning with it, and that was one of their first wins they've ever had with the Leona support here.
Hilarious.
So, well, technically that might be true in scrims, but at least professionally, Leona 100% win rate for AoE right now. We'll have to see if that continues. Wukong and a Scion ban, I believe, coming through from AoE. We'll get confirmation on that. And for randoms, they're banning Akali and Camille. So they're trying to take out assassins, mobile champions who can look for this squishy, potentially back line.
It seems like it. They're definitely playing sort of a lot of dance around the team fight. Diana, of course, is going to commit. Nocturne is going to commit, but at least the bot lane should be able to play a little bit more controlled. But importantly, AoE randoms also saved their counter pick for the top lane, the one place where, if anywhere, they should be able to straight up outlane. Because Faisal, he's an amazing player, but is he used to winning lane?
Oh!
No.
Sorry,
Okay.
I mean, like, that was just too good. Wait, are we sure it's AoE randoms on the red side here, because Zed feels like it's coming out of left field here. I mean, granted, you know it's probably a Nocturne or Diana mid most likely here. You're going for that spicy outplay potential, and Zed can outplay the Nocturne, can outplay the Diana. You have to be careful. It is a Nocturne mid though, for that spell shield. Silas now coming through though to match the Ornn, and AoE randoms very, very high risk now in terms of not having a true tank.
Yeah, there's a lot of flexibility for them, but a lot of that does rely around their early game, around their ability to pull out advantages during the lane, and depending on who ends up going jungle, I think the chat was saying that it was likely Diana mid, but God, I don't even know. Just looking at this, it could be anything. But no matter who it is, whether it's Diana, Nocturne, Silas, as long as Josie is able to pilot it into the lanes, that's what matters.
Yeah, and specifically into the mid lane. So despite the fact that Nocturne and Diana, we don't know who's mid and who's jungle, I expect to see that duo together quite a bit here early in the game and even throughout the entire game here, because they're great dive buddies. Diana goes in, Nocturne flies halfway across the map to back them up, and there's plenty of dive here. You pair that with the Rakan and Silas. It actually strikes me as kind of weird a little bit that the Kai'Sa's on the other team, because AOE randoms, you replace that Ezreal with the Kai'Sa, and that comp is a quintessential dive composition. Ezreal can go in, but I'd be very surprised if that's what Sharp is doing with this Ezreal.
And it's going to require a little bit more nice execution in those team fights to be able to get the most mileage out of your Ezreal, but for the lane at the very least, it should also be letting Pocus be able to roam around the map, find his own help into the lanes, especially into the mid lane. If you're getting your jungler going top, if you're getting support going mid, you can really blow up the rest of the map, and Ezreal, of course, is going to be safe. So what is happening? All right, they're just locking in things. They're gonna wait and switch them up. I was looking at the incline draft and I was like, why is Kai'Sa jungle?
New tech here, do you? Kai'Sa
Yeah.
jungle's a thing for. No, definitely not. And I'm still, I was looking at it and I was kind of hoping, actually, Nocturne top into the Ornn's not the worst matchup. And I was thinking, like, if you take that Silas mid into the Zed here, things get real spicy. So at first it's like, okay, they locked in the Silas top. I'm going to assume randoms are actually going to do that, but we'll see how that goes here. Now, we talked a lot about the randoms draft because it's interesting, it's dive worthy and all that, but AoE's composition to me is odd as well in a way. You've got really good AoE. I love the Rumble pick with backup, and I think that's one thing that both AoE teams have done so well, is using the Rumble, pairing it with setup, be it Ashe, be it Leona, being some sort of lockdown here. Now you've got the Ornn to go in with it, and you've got Kai'Sa. That all works well together. But this Zed pick coming through for Darkwings here. Grapes actually just messaged me when he saw how shocked I was that Darkwings has played Zed back in the open qualifiers here. So it's not a completely out of left field champion, but it's still a champion that demands that you win the lane, that you find the priority targets. And there are a lot of squishy members on AoE randoms. So if anybody's wandering on their own here, Darkwings will probably be able to find solo kills.
Yeah, and the really nice thing about the Zed as well is that in a weird way, it enables your jungler in a way that a lot of mid laners don't. If you see an Orianna picked up, you're still incentivizing magic resist, but we look at the lanes here, with a Zed and a Kai'Sa, you never want to be building MR, and that just makes Rumble somebody who gets a lot of free penetration from his build so much happier because he gets to deal a portion of his damage as true damage, and that equalizer can be so devastating. So even though AoE are picking themselves into a little bit of a hole draft-wise with wanting to win the laning phase, what they're doing is investing in RBM's ability to control the mid and late game, which I think is really intelligent.
Sure, they're also kind of doing a cooperation check on AoE randoms here. When that solar flare comes down, when that equalizer is streaking across the field here, how does AoE randoms react? If they split up, they get picked off. If you group up and you get hit by the Ornn Horn or the solar flare to follow up, that can be absolutely monstrous too, an absolute catastrophe. So for the randoms, they do have to be careful for that. They have their own cooperation check of their own with that paranoia from Leo here, which looks like will be going to the mid lane. And I actually don't mind this matchup, the Nocturne into the Zed here, because if you spell shield right, you can negate the ultimate and you can stand there and trade with that Zed here.
And that's going to be a thing that we're keeping an eye on, because we talked about the jungle matchup, but you, of course, mentioning the mid lane here, I think that you know more than anybody that this is going to come down to what is likely solo performances here. Darkwing so often is able to roam around the map, find himself kills, and turn that into solo kills. Leo needs to be able to do the same thing, and I've heard this guy is criminally underrated, but now is the time to step up and prove it, because quarterfinals, you win these games or you go no further.
Yeah, and this is a best of 5 as well. We're done with the best of 3s in the group stages. all the playoff games are best of 5. So you do have that chance to try and skill check to see how you match up against the sister team here. I mean, they have scrimmed together, so they'll have some rough idea. But here on the big stage, you know, with the pressure and all that, can Leo deliver? Can Josie deliver as well? Diana Nocturne is an absolutely deadly combo. And you might be a Zed, but can you run away from the sheer amount of gap close they have on their side here? Now, we haven't spoken too much about the top lane. And I do want to go top to Faisal versus Chim here, because Ornn versus Silas, both of these players are the more, shall we say, steady players of their respective team. Faisal plays amazingly well weak side. We got to see Faisal play strong side on Anar against TSM Amateur and did very, very well despite the early dives here. With the Ornn, probably just going to have to play weak side the entire time. Chim, on the other hand, has been put on some carry style champions, but even so, Randoms looks at Chim as a steady lane. Often early ganks go down from Josie, stabilize that lane, and then leave him on an island. Now, with this Silas here, you can win against the Ornn. This was a counter pick that they picked up here. So I need to see Chim not just go even against Faisal, but you need to win it and influence the other lanes. If you can't, then Faisal wins again.
Yeah, because he's going to be able to make so much utility of himself come that mid game. It's a high level of execution that AOE randoms need to have to take the ball away, in a metaphorical sense, from the AOE main roster. Let's see if they can do it once we get on to the Rift. Welcome to the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, for the first game of the quarterfinals between AOE Randoms and AOE. I'm only gonna say this once. AOE is on the blue side of the map, and AOE Randoms, henceforth referred to as Randoms, are on the red side of the map.
Now you're gonna call them randoms. I'm random as well. We're gonna get confusion here. So shall we go with AOE on the blue side, randoms on the red side, and RMC on no side at all?
Oh my lord, I'm sure that we're going to see a bunch of random minions here, and I'm hoping that they'll make an impact as well. We'll see your family do themselves justice here. We got a little dance going on in the bot lane that I am a big fan of, but there's one more clarity point that I wanted to bring up. We, of course, have Short Hop in the bot lane for randoms, and that's the Ezreal that you see right now on your screen. Otherwise, has a totally different name. We'll be referring to him as Short Hop.
Karasuno Setter. I have no clue what that means here, but they do manage to get a little bit of poke off onto Sketch Streams. I actually think Pock has got the worst end of it here. And look at what Sketch Streams and Fizzy are doing there on your map. They are hiding in the bush. They are looking to punish that Rakan early here. And if Sketch Streams traded that in a 1v1.5 situation, I'm scared if Pock is walks in that bush where Fizzy's waiting.
Yeah, we'll see if the Leona Kaisa end up waiting, maybe forfeiting some minions to try and get some early cheese off, but importantly, they're able to do that because there's no vision on RBM right now, no ability to know where that Rumble is, until, of course, you see that you've been cheesed the whole time, and now, certainly, you've got to imagine that randoms know that RBM has started towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, because you saw right away that Sketch Streams walked out, and unless you're assuming that the Rumble started leashless, pardon me, which is rather unusual there, you know where they're going to be. That's going to be A-okay here. I mean, RBM can just gank any lane, can just power farm. Either's good. Might not actually want to trade with that Diana super early. We're getting treated to Chim, winning the lane like I hoped he would here, Dia, with the Sylas. Sylas does out-trade the Ornn early, does scale better than the Ornn in the 1v1 as well, just in terms of the damage and sustainability. So that is a strong point for the side of randoms. And Josie could look for an early gank here if they're able to chunk Faisal down once again.
Already clearing towards the top side of the map as well, having gone for the full clear on the Diana, has that option available to him. Fizzy and Sketch Streams, of course, having hit the level 2 first, though, are taken full control of their wave state, and with no jungler nearby to challenge it, it's going to be Short Hop and Pockets, letting the lane be dictated to them for a while. These aren't the lanes that we're expecting to be the highlights here, but they're going to set the pace early, set where these junglers need to make an impact, where they need to correct their teams in order to be able to reach that mid game and an even or a head state.
Yeah, I believe on the AD there, we heard Kanchan talking about, his focus onto the bot lane in terms of dragon control here. So definitely will be interesting to see if they can influence down here, take control, take charge with the Ezreal, with the Rakanya, kind of on the back foot a little bit against that Leona early. And the Ezreal as well, you just don't have that much trade power early here. No tier either means it's a little bit rough. So they're not going to be able to contest right away. Scuttle bot side will be given over. It was matched top side by Josie here. And now that we're seeing the first backs come through for the junglers, I want to see where they throw that first gank, because I feel like mid lane is potentially the most volatile lane. But if you want that dragon control, bot lane's probably where you're looking.
Now, I'm not saying that RBM is going to go bot lane, but a sort of meme that I remember being thrown out just last week in round 2 of Cup was that RBM's first gank in the bot lane never fails. Whether it happens late, whether it happens in the laning phase, it always gets a kill. And so I don't know when Rumble is planning to show up bot lane. It certainly doesn't seem like right now, but when he does, AoE randoms need to be ready to respond, because that is going to be a big problem if you let it go uncontested.
And right now, they actually had really good vision to track RBM the entire time there. When RBM went bot, there was the ward in the Raptor pit, spotted that getting done. Now, there's wards topside as well, so they know that RBM is at the Grom side, bot side, can play aggressively, and as we say that, they get engaged on.
Yep, Fizzy goes for a small play here on this Leona. Sketch Streams this time is the one that eats the worst end of the trade, and that foreshadowing dragon isn't exactly the best look for the AoE main squad, especially now that we've got a little bit of aggressive vision set by Josie. Full river control for the randoms.
Right up till Fizzy starts walking out there. Ooh, doesn't quite manage to clear the ward. You can actually get that with the Leona if you're close enough, but being melee had to walk off. And Leo now has to be careful. You know Fizzy roamed out here, and you know that Fizzy walked away defensively. So you do have to be very, very careful. They pop the Scar's Bloom. They have vision. They're clearing this, and we talked about RBM, having 100% gank success in the bot lane. I think if you want to keep that going, you wait for RBM to hit 6, you clear out the vision, and then you look for that force gank with an equalizer.
There's a lot of time invested there to make sure that RBM can do that in safety as well, with just him and Fizzy roaming through the river together to clear out that vision. It bodes really well for the AOE main roster to be able to get RBM to the level 6 uncontested, but in the meantime, they've given up a lot of time and priority, and now looks like they're trying to make something work in this bot lane. Pockets takes a bunch of damage, but it's not going to convert into anything just yet.
Yep, Ignite burnt from Fizzy there. Dragon is up as well. And now with all of that happening, attention needs to be spent bot. Paranoia is available for Leo here. And with the amount of wards coming down, they shouldn't get caught by a surprise Nocturne. Now, they have plenty of vision to see it coming through.
Remember, there's very little vision, though, to see Darkwings here, right up until he steps into this bush, where he's going to be pinged out by Pockets and Short Hop here. Still throws the ult down onto Pockets, though, gets CC'd and taken down for first blood. That is a big problem as the Equalizer gets dropped. Pockets does not burn down, and here comes the Nocturne from the side. That Paranoia is going to spell the end of Fizzy as well. It is a play from AOE Randoms that does not work out, and finally, RBM's bot lane gank gets stuffed.
Yeah, no longer 100% here. The equalizer came down, wasn't enough, and Pockets played that so well. The immediate exhaust the moment Deathmark came down made Dark Wings feel so irrelevant there. And as a prize here, they now have Prio on this Dragon. Everybody backing. No one's here to help Josie. Getting roasted, has to be careful.
No ultimate, though, on this Rumble makes him a little bit weaker, and he's got the backup of Short Hop over the wall. Sketch Streams doesn't quite find it. The isolated Cathian Rain onto the right target there, but with all of those cooldowns being blown, it's going to be the back away for both teams.
Hey man, that's a win right there for Josie to get out alive with that Blast Cone. I feel like Blast Cone plays are kind of 50-50 there. A lot of times you see teammates often shafting other teammates, putting them in bad spots, but this time they get out clean. Dragon completely survives here, and the teams are looking to reset a little. With the way the ultimates went down, though, I think it actually slightly favors the side of AoE here, especially if Sketch Dreams and Fizzy hit 6. They have the faster cooldowns. That equalizes almost back up. You pair that with the Solar Flare there, and it's going to be difficult for Randoms to walk through some of these choke points towards that Dragon Pit.
Now, here's where Randoms won in a big way. So often, we've seen AoE sort of play this game where, well, we lose a Dragon or we lose Dragon Priority and we get something else. Right now, they're struggling desperately for any sort of objective priority because that play from Randoms impacted the rest of the map. And AoE, the main roster, don't really know where they're going to go next. You can see them kind of thinking about this Rift Herald right now, debating whether or not they actually have some priority over Dragon. But with Fizzy topside, it looks like they're going to be committing to the big purple Scuttle Crab for the moment.
And I mean, for the side of Randoms here, they're not just sitting back and letting AoE just decide this with no pressure, right? They've sent Pockets up to match the roam here from Fizzy. They want to make sure that they retain control as well. And they stop the Herald take for now. For AoE, if you're gonna get pushed away here, then you need to get ready to rotate bot side to match with that Dragon. But as it stands here, they're just kind of ceding control on both sides.
I think they know that they can't fight the AoE Randoms, who were picked for their more lane-dominant control. The thing is that with these ultimates finally back up, RBM is ready to go as well. We're going to continue playing this game of chicken around the river, but the nice thing is that we're getting free farm in the meantime. Chim and Short Hop are both having a great time, so even though this Rift Herald goes over delayed, AoE Randoms still managed to win in a small way.
And on top of that here, remember the advantage I was talking about with the ultimates? It's gone. Moonfall is available for Josie right now. Paranoia for Leo as well. So they can choose to fight this. They've given over the Herald and Dragon is up. They just need to go and contest that. Dark Wings walking to the top side with no teleport right now means that they've got a numbers advantage.
Josie's going to be able to pick up this Drake as well, it seems, especially with that Paranoia being available. Any fight is not a good fight, and AoE lose not only 2,000 gold in the early game, but they lose that first Rift Herald and the Dragon as well. This is by far the most disadvantageous early game that we've seen for the AoE main roster since Challengers Uprising began.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm honestly a little bit surprised here because when I was prepping for the games, when I was speaking with the coaches, a lot of people identified AOE as a very disciplined early game team here. They often get the early advantage, get control of the tempo, and that's how they win. Whereas Randoms tends to sit back a little bit early, try and scale up for the mid to late game. And it's been a complete reversal right now. Randoms have been dictating the pace of the game. And with their picks here, they can continue to do so. Teleport still available for Chim. Paranoia still available for Leo, and Josie already sitting bot ready for this fight.
Yeah, and Leo's teleport's going to be up soon as well. There's so many global tools right now. Pacus goes for the engage with the charm here. Good stun on Josie, stops it, but only for a little while. Sketch Dreams ends up going down the equalizer to equalize here. Does end up doing exactly that, finding yet another kill. But as the Paranoia comes in, everything may have been turned on its head. A teleport here as well means that you're going to be leaving Fizzy all alone to be munched on by AOE Randoms. It's a 2-4-1 in favor of AOE Randoms, and they are looking for more under this tower.
Yeah, the good news for AOE right now is that they can't really push in. They don't get more plates. And Dark Wings has been left alone topside to farm up here. And this Zed, this pick for Dark Wings here has yet to really show its effectiveness. Yes, you're up in some CS here in lane, but completely has not stopped Leo roaming, has not stopped now Chim roaming, and has not performed in these team fights here. So if AOE can leverage that extra CS, the extra experience from Darkwings, they'll be fine. But for now, they have yet to do so.
It's a big investment into Dark Wings, and one that I can't say is unwarranted, having seen this in the open qualifiers. I remember standing there with my mouth agape at the Zed damage that just seemed illegal at the time, but it's going to take a little while to get there. Going to take a few items for Zed to be able to take control of the side lane in its entirety. And this is just one small step on the way there. Meantime, AOE main roster, they are losing everywhere else. So it's coming at a big cost.
Pretty much here. I mean, Sketchstream is still up in CS a little bit, but down in gold because of the kills, because of the assists here. And I'm a little bit worried about letting this Ezreal skill up here for short hop. Exhaust coming down topside on Chim, but without healing cut, I just don't think you've got kill pressure on the Silas.
Yeah, let's be real with ourselves here. Shim isn't going down anytime soon. He is running this side lane, and it's much more about how Faisal can make himself felt in these team fights. That's the nice thing about the Silas pick, though, is that in a team that's so ultimate reliant, you've got your pick of the litter to take that impact that an Ornn, a Rumble, even a Leona may have on a fight and turn it on its head and in your favor as well.
Oh yeah, and I'm looking specifically at the Dark Wings out the death mark there to be able to lane 1v1 as well. Zed is so potent in the 1v1s because of that flash coming out to stop the engage from Palk is there, and out for a flash is a trait that a support will take any day.
And it's so smart that Sketch Streams ends up using that cooldown there as well, because we know, having seen the Diana roam down, that he was dead if he didn't do it. Palkus can play this game all day long because Josie doesn't even have to be there for him to force summon him.
Yeah, no, and we should note that Leo has TP as well here, so not only do you have Paranoia, you've got the ability to TP down, back that, or Paranoia down, TP back up. RBM on a dangerous mission here, is down a level, is blind, and Paranoia is available, Chim collapsing in.
Yeah, it's going to have to be that 50-50 blast cone play, but a nice denial from Chim. It means the end of this Rumble. RBM gets collapsed on during an invade and loses not only his life, but a huge amount of pressure for AOE, as now the randoms have control of the map once again.
Yeah, the fact that RBM has been not a factor through this early game is huge. Our randoms have played that so well, because as you like to focus on, Dia, for this particular series, the jungle matchup is key. RBM trying to make his presence felt is a huge part of the way AOE plays, and right now, RBM doesn't get to play the game. 1-1-0 on this Rumble. This is probably the roughest early game we've seen for RBM so far throughout Challengers Uprising, and sadly enough, I'm not seeing that change anytime soon here. Even if you do get the Solar Flare with the Call of the Forge God, with the Equalizer here, who are you really locking down on the side of AOE randoms? And will it be enough? They can probably 4v5 you right now in a full team fight.
And certainly what it seems like, and no small part of that is due to the rest of the map as well. Dark Wings has been trying to catch up on this Zed, but the reality is first ultimate didn't net anything. Faisal, you know, is going to be down in CS. That is just a given as soon as you pick a strong side laner, and the reality now is that they've got to throw a bunch of resources at these half plays, exactly like we've just seen.
Those half lanes aren't going to work. Right now, you are down. You're in a power trough. Mythics are coming through for AoE randoms almost across the board. Only the support Hawk is not carrying that yet. So you don't win a straight up fight. That's two of your big CCs not layered together, both blown to seek an engage, which wasn't there. Equalizer won't hold them. So you just have to back off. Everything's blown. You lose Dragon here. At least Herald has not been given up, and they can look to pick up Herald once again. You drop it mid, that it should at least give you first turret.
Yeah, now that it's up one more time, you can get a little bit of map control here, but you got to play it very carefully because, as you said, AoE randoms, they can already fight you right now. Short hop aggressively shifting is one way to demonstrate that.
Okay, and they don't need Herald to take first turret. Darkwing's able to pick that up, narrow the gold gap a little bit here. They are still behind, and as nice as a metric gold is, Dia, I look at tempo a lot of times, and that turret doesn't really help with their tempo. They are still down, they are still struggling, and until I see Darkwings find that solo kill, or any kill really, whether it be opportunistic in a fight or that 1v1 here, I don't think AoE's got a way yet of really coming back into the game, of dealing with the siege and the dive ability that Random's drafted.
Yeah, where Darkwings goes right now is telling us everything about the game currently rotating into the bot lane. So for me, what that signifies is that the AoE main roster want to play this a lot slower. They want to continue taking that tempo that AoE randoms have and saying, you're not going to be able to do this with it. You're only going to be able to do half of what you should be because we're trying to play these side lanes, get more farm onto Darkwings, and otherwise delay these fights because it's an Infernal Soul, but we still got 2 dragons till then. That's a lot of gold that you can put onto your carries in the meantime.
True, but that is a bit of a two-edged blade here because randoms have found the advantages throughout the laning phase, and a lot of that has come off the paranoia and Josie making tracks on the map. As you open the map up more, as you take these turrets here, you're actually making it easier for your laners to get ganked, for Darkwings to be punished potentially. So if they can't clean up their laning, this extended laning phase might not go their way.
No, Darkwings at the moment just trying to get a little bit more gold here, but even that extended laning phase is turning into objectives for AoE randoms as we take a look at the top side of the map, and Josie is taking the Rift Herald, while Short Hop and Pockets are not being contested in this mid lane at all, slowly but surely whittling away at the small bit of map pressure that is given to you by having that structure available.
Yeah, and the one lane where it doesn't look like they're getting shoved in, well, Chim's just able to soak up those minions there. Josie about to pick up the pace. Herald dropped mid just as Leo takes top turret here. They're answering back. You took one of our turrets, we'll take 2 of yours.
Now it's RBM's time to shine. Fizzy goes in, and here comes the big knockup from the Ornn finding too. Rumble ultimate goes totally wide though, and Leo finally gets cut off from the rest of the team. A big shutdown goes over to Faisal. It's not who you want, but it's who you'll take. Chim finally takes away a life of his own though, finding sketch streams, getting the root onto Fizzy, and Darkwings with no ultimate and no low health bars here can't turn this around fast enough. A single kill goes to AoE main roster, but AoE randoms get everything they want and more.
And now they've got to deal with a push. Darkwing's fine. They've got to deal with the push, and they don't have good wave clear here. Sketch Streams is down as well. Faisal not ranged enough here, and okay, they can't take it on this one, but the moment the wave walks in, mid lane's going to crack even wider. Your side lanes are no longer safe. No one can actually go to that bot lane and push up beyond that inner turret here, or else they get dove, they get ganked. And AoE is losing control of the map. It's not just the vision anymore. Even if they have the vision, they can't even walk their way to river safely.
Good reset from AoE randoms will give them a chance to spend their gold, reevaluate what the map state is, and perhaps recognize exactly what you said, RMC, that it just took a huge swing in their favor, even bigger than the one that we saw before. The gold lead hasn't shifted, but that tempo, the ever-important X factor that you mentioned earlier, has only continued to grow. Pockets once again goes for the ult here. Now Josie's in plain sight, but I'm really not sure how much you can do about it. Fizzy looks like he's going to get away. Leo, though, is getting aggressed on by RBM, and Darkwing shows up here, gets his first kill of the game. That is huge for AoE main.
Yep, the question is, what can they get after this here? Fizzy going down, the support for a mid laner, that should be favorable for AoE. But because it's a big team fight, or it's a big objective coming down on open ground here, the paranoia is actually less useful than that solar flare here. And the paranoia can still be used to reposition. Now, Darkwing's trying to run away here. Can you find your way out?
Oh, hasn't made good use of the Shadow Step and instead gets death marked himself. Chim makes that look easy with the help of his support, and Darkwings doesn't get a chance to play the game, honestly.
I was shocked when I saw the pick, Dia, of the Zed here for Darkwings. And I was thinking he has to mechanically outplay, but Darkwings has done that plenty of times. Well, this is why Leo's criminally underrated, because he's managed to stop Darkwings from popping off on this Zed here. Props to Josie as well for the pressure. And now AoE looking for a Desperation Baron. That's not the right call, my friends.
Oh, Fizzy though, definitely gonna try to go for an engage on this Leona. It's a classic move from him, and a great equalizer with Solar Flare, forces the stopwatch from Chim. Unfortunately, with Fizzy's health bar so low, and the paranoia incoming, AoE main may have just lost a member here, as Fizzy goes down, and even more under threat. Faisal has no health to speak of, and Chim continues on the chase here, barely missing the abscond, but dropping the equalizer all over AoE main. They barely manage to escape with Darkwings in the backline. They don't even get a kill back, but they survived for now. RBM running for his life is going to be able to keep me a truth teller, and it is just going to be the single pick that goes to the randoms.
TP into the backline as well. They are looking for Short Hop here, but Short Hop is already safe. Faisal's TP blown. They don't find the kill. At the end of the day, it's a win for AoE in that they didn't lose more members there, but they've burnt so much to stay alive, and now Faisal's...
This is a little bit desperate as well. Hey, going for that tower is something that maybe wasn't the best move there, and RBM showing himself maybe even worse here. Drops yet another equalizer, but that is a lot of damage that can come at you from 3 directions.
And RBM should never be that deep without backup. You're a Rumble here. You're effectively a back line, or at best a follow-up into the front line here. If you're ever caught in your own, you get burst down. Baron is on the table here, Dia. So the fact that you've killed the enemy jungler could mean that you could try and attempt this. It doesn't look like they're going to do it, but I would like to see Vision at least set up for it so that AoE can't even risk a desperation Baron here.
The thing that I'm looking at as we get a little further into this game, as this Baron comes up, is still that side lane pressure that is ever important around these objectives. Darkwings has the Ignite up, has the Death Mark up, and is pushing in the top lane right now. Not exactly what you'd be expecting during the Baron time, but perhaps the optimal play right now.
Yeah, I mean, pushing top's fine because Baron is top side of the map anyways. You don't have teleport. You can't be pushing out bot side. And we already spoke about the fact that since you've lost your inner mid lane turret, your bot lane outer turret's not even a safety point for you anymore. You can easily get dope busy.
It's a classic Fizzy Leona move. Has to pop the Eclipse here, which will give him ungodly amounts of tankiness here. He'll be able to escape, and thank God for that, as we couldn't really afford to lose another member right now. Finally, one of Short Hop's barrages will end up missing by just the skin of its teeth. But with Fizzy going for another engage with another Solar Flare dropped, we're going to get AoE randoms dancing around their team fight once again. This is such high execution on a composition that otherwise would be in big trouble.
Yeah, the team fight strength should be there for AoE, but the fact that we're now at 23 minutes here, Dia, and down 7 kills, down 3 dragons right now for AoE is very worrying, because how are you going to come back? We saw the equalizer damage come down with, granted, not the double lockup, but nobody's lower than half health on the side of AoE randoms. Chim didn't even bat an eye, was just pushing that bot lane. So that's a 5v4 where you kind of find a target and you can't really kill them. The AoE composition of AoE here, the team fighting aspect of it, is no longer viable as a comeback mechanic. You're looking pretty much at Darkwings to find a pick here, at Fizzy to find an isolated target and get burst down by Sketch Streams and Darkwings. It's a bit of a tall ask right now, and unless AoE randoms kind of mess up here, they're probably not going to find that way back in.
Let's talk a little bit about the Vision right now as well, as that's what AoE main roster are at least focusing on, with RBM clearing out a little bit around that dragon, getting set up for this 4th one of the game. 3 so far have gone to AoE randoms, and if it makes a 4th, that'll be an Infernal Soul and a big boost to the already insane amounts of damage that is coming out of this roster.
Yeah, and because it is Infernal Soul, Dia, something we didn't touch on is the fact that the map is more open than usual. That's not conducive for this equalizer ultimate from RBM here. And the pit itself is no longer as big a death trap anymore here. There's so much more space for AoE randoms to kind of kite around, and they've done such a great job of it already here. So this dragon is kind of a bait, a poisoned trap that AOE will need to contest. They don't have a choice, even though they know it's going to be very, very difficult for them to pull out a win.
RBM does his best to secure some sort of softening up onto Pocus before we get into it, though, because, like you say, it is at face value a losing play, and with Chim getting that Ornn ultimate, it only gets worse. Now Chim can solo carry a team fight in more ways than just damage because he's got an engage tool in his pocket.
Pocus baiting around here. Ooh, so well played, and AOE, they're kind of scared to walk this one in. Their vision slowly choked out. The pit is dark to them. The approach to the pit also dark here for them, and that True Shot Barrage is such a great way to lower their health before the fight actually breaks out.
Yeah, Dragon gets started here, and Chim ends up starting the fight as well. Only finds the single knockup, but RBM gets burst down before the equalizer can even come out, with Azania's forced as well. It is all up to Darkwings with the death mark to find a single kill, but he just can't do it as Josie takes him down. Sketch drains his focus as well, as the only member left alive is forced to run. A triple kill goes to short hop here, and Chim ends up playing cleanup crew to finish off the ace, to finish off the soul, and turn AOE Random's eyes onto the Baron.
And I just want to point out the targeting in that fight there, Dia. It was on point. Call of the Forge God used by Chim. It wasn't to look for the big team fight. It was 100% to look for RBM. They found RBM. You take out the jungle, it's done, and the whole game is done.
You know what? I think that that's a great call here because both these teams have played each other enough. This isn't some sort of regular season game where you don't quite know exactly who you're up against. AOE Randoms and AOE, being from the same org, has scrimmed often enough that I think that AOE main roster definitely understood that that game was a write-off, be it for whatever reason. Maybe it's the insanely fed Ezreal. Maybe it's the insanely fed Silas. They can't come back from that game.
Yeah, fair enough. I know that like this is technically a cup game, but as you kind of mentioned and alluded to, it also does feel a little bit like an in-house here. From what I understand, the teams don't scrim that often, but enough to know when the game's done. And going to the next game here, I think AOE needs to be more respectful in their draft a little bit here. They drafted what they wanted, which is good, right? They've got a strong team fighting team, but they kind of just ignored whatever counters were being thrown out in favor of themselves. And I gotta say, I don't like the look of that Zed. I personally did not watch the open qualifier game where Darkwings got Zed, and I've been told by you, I've been told by Grapes that it looks great. This time, not so much. Put Darkwings in something with a bit more of a comeback potential here, just in case they fall into a hole. Don't assume you're gonna win right off the bat with just better players or with better team fighting here, and we get a much closer game.
I'll tell you what, though, you alluded to their wisdom, and I very much want to hear from them. Grapes and Gungeon are going to be your analyst desk to break down what on earth happened in that game, and we'll throw it over to them right now.
Welcome back, everybody. I just want to take a look right here. I was not expecting to be putting the one next to AOE Randoms in game one, but Gunjan, that was an exciting game. Randoms pulling off the upset and taking down the main roster in game one. There's a couple of really key moments in that game that ended with Randoms taking that win in about 26 minutes. But first of all, Gunjan, going towards that draft that we saw, I think that the traditional draft that the main roster was planning on going for really got countered.
Yeah, and it felt like it was new age versus old age. Obviously, AoE is running the Rumble pick, something that we've seen, the Kaisa Leona pick, which we saw in MSI a lot as a really strong bot lane. But for the side of the randoms, you're seeing Nocturne, Diana, Ezreal. Everything was flexible. Everything could kind of move around and shift in places. And it felt like AoE wasn't ready for that. And I like what Random did, especially in game, with kind of subverting expectations, where they did end up picking the Ezreal Rakan, which kind of signifies to you, oh, this bot lane's going to be weak. This bot lane's just kind of look to scale and kind of go into that late game phase versus the Kaisa Leona. But whenever AoE tried to set up anything around the bot lane, immediately Randoms was ready to strike. They had the Nocturne with the TP, constantly roaming. And again, Josie. He was always there to make plays, and the vision was set up so around so that he always had a pretty good educated guess of when the bot lane play was happening, and he was always ready to counter.
And a lot of that vision was set up by Chim up on the top side. And I just wanted to add kind of the crown to top off the draft kingdom that Random set up was that R5 Silas. I was super excited to see that. It was a really smart play by them, in my opinion, sending it to that top side so Chim could get a free lane against the Ornn and giving Nocturne over to Leo to really punish, I think, Darkwings, who really struggled in this game. Obviously, we did see him play this Zed in the open qualifiers. He has had a lot of history on some of these melee AD assassins, especially this split. But this was not the performance we're looking for from one of the top prospects here in North American Amateur.
Yeah, and again, Darkwings, you mentioned it, top prospect in North American Amateur. He kind of wanted to flex on with that Zed blind, but Zed does well into those control mages where he can't have the advantage, especially as the game goes on and the control mages get delegated into those side lane positions. But versus this Silas, which was that R5 gem that we're talking about, he can't lane versus the Silas in the side lane. And when it goes into Zed versus Nocturne, the Nocturne with the Stride Breaker can play safe enough with having the spell shield that he can kind of just sit and farm, and he has the TP, he has his Nocturne ulti, so he can roam to these fights just a lot quicker. And it felt like once the lane states kind of got allocated as the mid game got settled, we always saw the Silas versus the Zed, and in that matchup, especially with Chim having the early game lead with all the farm that was funneled into him versus the Ornn lane, he just always had the advantage. And the lane is hard, and it kind of required Darkwings to make those outplays, and it just never ended up happening. And that ended up being due to that bot lane dragon control. AoE had to fight at that 25-minute fight. And that's one of the big problems when you lose so much control in the early game. With the dragon control, with the dragon objective as it is right now, with the 5-minute timer, at 24 minutes, AoE had to basically make a do or die fight. And at that point, they just didn't have the items to kind of compete with the random squad, and random just took away with it. And we saw the FF, and again, we both predicted 3-1 to the side of randoms, but we did not expect in game number 1 that we would be seeing the Silas R5 take over and really give them that win.
And it wasn't just that randoms got a win. It was the style that they got that win in. Just the amount of dominant plays they made. We do have a couple of replays to show just to break down some of these plays. This play in particular was particularly interesting, really setting up the priority that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, and you can see that Darkwings just goes in. He thinks that the play is pretty much just a let's just dive bot lane. They're weak, but it ends up being turned by Josie. It ends up being turned by Leo. And the big thing that I want to mention is if you look on the top side, the vision that's set up for the side of randoms, Chim had already pushed in the wave and then dropped double pinks with the help of Leo. And so they knew that RBM was trying to make a play bot side because all of his camps were up top side, but he wasn't there. And at that point, when you can kind of anticipate a play like this, they can just send Josie bot, let him sit for 15 seconds, and just make the play bottom. And it happens over and over and over again.
Yeah, and for a team that played so much around the top side in the early stages of this tournament, AoE Randoms really did a good job at focusing towards that bottom side, making sure short hop and pockets were able to get those 2v2s advantages, making sure that none of the ganks that RBM tried to go for down in the bot lane that he's so famed for were actually punished. And just given the amount of global presence that Leo had on the Nocturne, sure, he ends up dying here in this clip, but just the amount of pressure he were allowed to exert onto that bottom lane while Chim had that free reign up in the top side was really impressive.
And you can see the coordination is so strong from the side of AoE randoms as well, because RMC and Dia also mentioned this. In that fight, RBM doesn't even get to throw his ultimate off because everybody on randoms knows exactly who to target. They immediately pick out their target. Every single person just jumped in. A beautiful Ornn ulti by Chim on the Sylas just immediately blew him up, took the Infernal Dragon fight, and as the games went on, you could see kind of that mobility creep. I'm going to use that word for the side of randoms because, again, AoE had that standard team comp, but when they didn't get ahead, when the Kai'Sa can't just dive into the backline and just one-shot every squishy on the side of AoE randoms, you could see kind of the problem with that comp because you would see Leona ulti, Ornn ulti, but every single member on randoms either has a spell shield, a jump, a blink, just is not involved in the fight at all, and there's just nothing they could do to lock them down in that big, the dream combo that is the Ornn ulti into the equalizer. I call it the glaze on top of a beautiful turkey, because just glazes over the team fight, just burns everyone through. But the glaze could never go on if the turkey's not ready, and that's kind of what it happened with AoE's team comp. It had a beautiful kind of old school type team comp, but when you can't get ahead, when you can't get Kai'Sa the items she needs, it just felt like they didn't have the damage, they didn't have the lockdown to really supplement, and randoms really took ahead in game number 1. And I'm excited to see how they kind of punch back in game number 2 because, again, subverting expectations. That's my title for game number 1, and I'm excited what the title for game number 2 is going to be.
Well, there's definitely a lot to look forward to in this game too. AoE main roster got basically obliterated in that game 1. It didn't really seem like they got a lot of the advantages that we've seen for them against these LCS affiliates like Evil Geniuses, like TSM. And it's back to the drawing board for them as they pick up their first loss here at Challengers Uprising. We're going to take a short break, but Dia and RMC will be right back to see what happens in game 2.
All right, we're here. I was like, all right, we're waiting on the throw. AoE randoms, AoE, we're in it to win it, and AoE are definitely winning today. That is foretold from the beginning. RMC. What's interesting is that what nobody predicted, AoE randoms have actually taken the lead, and the analyst desk got to chat a little bit about it. I want to hear your thoughts on going into game 2. What needs to be changed around, having listened to their perspective.
For sure. To be fair to the AD, they predicted a 3-1 for AoE. So they're still not out of it yet. I mean, technically, this could be that one for randoms here. And going into the game, after, hearing what they've been saying here, Dia, I just think that AoE kind of need to have a better early game plan a little bit, because we focused a lot on, how randoms looked really good across the board, and they definitely did. But AoE didn't look like they necessarily had that good a plan coming in. We didn't see the early gank coming out from RBM here. It just felt like you're constantly reacting to randoms. And I think now that we go into game 2 here, they'll probably have that fixed, get ready for RBM to come in, set up a little bit better. And I think we see a little bit more early initiative come through.
I want to know if that initiative gets reflected in the draft, though, because it felt like such a play style thing that I'm not honestly sure whether these teams want to be changing things up. At the moment, at the very least, things haven't really shifted outside of that ever-important Ezreal ban for the main roster of AoE. We will not be seeing Short Hop on such a safe AD carry anymore.
Yep, and switch up as well.
Wow.
The first pick coming through. Rumble is available, but they just defaulted right away to Diana here. And I like it, because first of all, you denied away from randoms. And if we're talking about RBM, yeah, the Rumble's strong, but Diana was also what RBM has shown to be very, very proficient at here. So you take that away, and it's a strong pick for yourself.
Now, they've just locked in the Nocturne and the Rumble, interestingly, on the other side of this. So Rumble, theoretically, going to be going into that jungle. Nocturne mid, again, was extremely safe and extremely useful last game. I think it was Grapes that was talking about the Stride Breaker interaction and how it has provided him so much ability to play the side lane pressure very well. Now, we'll see if AoE have a sort of answer to that. Renekton certainly is one, and Faisal on Renekton is the only thing that I can really be expecting here.
Oh, I love it, because I was saying, in game 1, before game 1, that we don't see Faisal's strong side too often here, and now we get a chance here. You're also denying it once again from randoms here. Chim is very good on this pick, so just a very strong, takeaway for themselves here. Now, Nautilus coming through from randoms, and one combo that we've seen for great success with random has been Ashe Nautilus paired with that Rumble there. A long-range initiate combined with that long-range equalizer, buying you enough time to follow up with the Nautilus, and then people just have to kind of sit there burning the entire time. So that could potentially be the combo they're looking for once again.
And moreover, it's also a denial from AOE, the Kaisa Nautilus that can come in, that can really take you a long ways in terms of lane pressure, is now denied, and they take away the Leona as well. I'm expecting perhaps even an Alistar, some sort of other initiator, to be banned away in the next phase to really whittle down the options that AoE do have when it comes to that bot lane that so clearly they want to make a little bit spicier. The Ezreal was taken away. AoE want to play a little bit more of a kill lane bot.
For sure. And if you do ban the Alistar, I mean, Fizzy can play the Rakan as well. We've seen Pockets do amazingly well mechanically on that champion. I kind of want to see Fizzy just take it and say, like, here's how you play it. That'd be really cool as well. Now, Dia, when I did talk to the coaches, Incon for the side of Team Randoms, AoE Randoms, actually had a message for Pukar and Julius here saying that, first of all, he loves them very, very much, but he thinks they're old men and hopefully they can take their arthritis medicine before the game so we can have a good draft phase, an even draft phase come through. And at least in game 1 here, it doesn't look like Pukar and Julius were quite up to snuff. Old age versus new age, I think, was the way Gunjan put it there.
Yeah, I like it. Although, what I do like even more is the adaptation that we're seeing from the new blood. They were hovering the Xayah, but you know what? You go with the Jinx, and that may be a little bit of an older pick, but it's certainly a bold one.
I mean, I argue the Xayah is the older pick. It's been the counter to Kaisa since Kaisa got into meta here, but Jinx is a little less safe against this dive composition. Yet at the same time, it has more carry potential here. It synergizes better in these big team fights. And it's a bit of a challenge now to AoE as well here. How are you going to deal with this Jinx? One thing that we kind of didn't talk about was the final ban. It was that Silas taken away from Dark Wings potentially, and it left that Alistar that you're talking about open there, Dia.
This game's already an AoE win. I can smell it. This is Fizzy on the Alistar is something that has wowed me from the first time I saw him on the Rift. So AoE randoms are really going to need to convince me that they are miraculously good at this game if they want to play around that. With a Jace lock-in for the last thing for the AoE main roster, this is a lane dominant composition that wants to take it in the early game, and AoE random, I think they've got an answer. This is nice.
Yeah, I mean, the Mel fight works so well for them as an initiate, as well as just being able to do really well into Renekton and Jace quite comfortably there. The amount of physical damage being drafted out. I'm a little bit surprised here, Dia, simply because Jace felt more like a Leo pick than it did maybe Dark Wings here. Leo's played Jace, I believe, 4 times in the 7 games they've played so far. So we didn't quite see Fizzy taking the Rakan and saying, here's how it's done. But hey, we get Dark Wings doing that with the Jace.
And I'm really excited to see Dark Wings perform on a champion that is supposed to dominate the lane into what I expect to be a Nocturne mid. Although, remember that because Renekton and Jace were both locked in, that we actually have a lot of flexibility here. And more than just expecting AoE main roster to win lanes, I'm expecting them to have to work for it by shifting Jace and Renekton constantly into the favored matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Renekton running into the Nocturne is going to be very, very nice here. Jace still does pretty well as well. So it's not as if, if you swap them around, there's necessarily a terrible matchup. There is better matchups here. And again, I don't feel like it's just going to be about the lane, Dia, because last game, it was more about, as you correctly called out, the jungle pathing, which jungler was making the tracks quicker, better, and looking for those ganks. Now, this time, with Diana and Nocturne not onto the same team here, AoE have that early gank strength with that Diana here, a more reliable point and click compared to that Rumble, but they still lack the pressure that the Nocturne put down. And a lot of the success came from Leo's Nocturne, just making cross-map plays, looking at the bot side, looking at top side. If they ever found the Rumble alone, they punished it right away.
Now, the person that I'm looking at going into this game is, of course, RBM on the Diana, perhaps to try and visit other lanes, but also the people who I know are going to visit other lanes, because Fizzy finally has the Alistar here, and that is something else that can tear you up, that can change a game, and can make a lot of priority sort of emerge from nowhere, even in the stages of the game. What I want to see from AoE might be a little bit of a tall order, but I want to see a shift in priority. They've been playing weak side, top side almost every game for as long as we've seen. If they can show us a different thing in the playoffs, in the quarterfinals, in game 2, we could see a totally different series emerging before us, and that can only happen if Faisal gets resources.
Yeah, and again, I'm thinking back to that TSM AM game in round 2, right? The fact that when Faisal gets a winning matchup, he can take over a game. Now is a good time to do just that here, especially when we talk about Nocturne and Diana. They're dive buddies. Renekton and Diana, they're dive buddies as well. You've got physical, you've got magic damage, a good mix here, and they can definitely punish Malphite. If they start roaming together, they find the Rumble, they can look there as well. But I do also want to see the pressure into the mid lane a little bit, because it was Leo being kind of unchecked for the most part there. Darkwings did not lose the lane, was just unable to hold Leo to the lane. Now, if you throw a couple of ganks and suddenly Leo can't leave without losing a ton of plates, that's one way to deal with the Nocturne. But dear, compositionally, we haven't really spoken too much about that. AOE randoms, they're the ones with the team fight composition this time. With the Rumble, Nautilus, Jinx, Malphite here, and with that Nocturne for the dive. It's similar to what AOE ran, but I feel like it's got a little bit better of an early game with the Nocturne versus the Zed. And now it's AOE's main roster with the dive composition here, with some poke as well, but mostly dive, looking to try and pull off exactly what randoms did to them in game 1.
Their eyes have got to be all over that Jinx as well. I guarantee you one thing, Short Hop, if he does have a good game, it will not come at any small price, because Jinx is a juicy target to people like Jace, Diana, Renekton, Kai'Sa, Alistar. Did I miss anybody? No, I didn't. It's every single person on the AoE main roster. So keep your eyes on Short Hop. Keep your eyes on how AoE randoms play around that, because if Short Hop survives, the team fight is indomitable, but AoE certainly want to dominate them early on in the game. Let's see what happens as we get onto the Rift in just a few minutes. Welcome back to the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. Second time tonight, and it is just the second of what I expect to be many to come, because AOE Randoms certainly looked like they had control dominantly in that first game, but AOE are no slouches, and we know that as well as anybody. Having followed these two rosters through the rest of Challengers Uprising, now we arrive into the second game of quarterfinals, and I will remind you once again, AOE Randoms are red side, goddarn it.
Yeah, AOE main on the blue side. They did not switch sides. We didn't really mention that in draft, though. The logos were up, so you'd be able to tell that here. But they've completely just switched their compositions here for the most part. And Dia, while we're loading in, we're talking a little bit about the changes that we're seeing here in terms of how these comps want to work. The fact that AOE, they don't have that semi-global of the Nocturne on their side. So while they have very strong dive strength, they can't react quite as quickly as what we saw last game. They have better poke as well, though, so they should have a better time sieging up. And for AOE randoms on the red side here, their engage is faster. It's not the Call of the Forge God where you see the ram coming one way first before it goes the other, and it doesn't have that lag time of that solar flare. Unstoppable Force, much quicker, and the depth charge coming up from Pockets this time, point and click. You can't dodge that.
Yeah, you can really fish for a lot of engages as well, and I definitely expect AOE to have to play a lot more respectfully come this mid-game because of the high demand at which you can just start these fights. In the early game, though, AOE are expected to be playing very aggressively, exactly as we see Darkwings doing right here, just harassing AOE randoms out of their lanes, because if you're not doing that, you are not going to be able to compete come that mid-game.
Yeah, and especially in this mid lane here for the Jace Nocturne matchup, Dia. Early game, it's a bit more Jace favorite. You've got the range here. You've got the more abilities, really, more options, more utility. You can knock away the engage from the Nocturne. But at 6, things change a little bit. That paranoia basically makes Nocturne so much stronger as a champion. And suddenly, the Jace has to be a lot more careful. You have to start mechanically outplaying, or else you just get engaged on. If a jungler shows up, Jace is kind of squishy.
And right now, I think they're taking great steps to sort of mitigate that. You see the deep ward placed into Josie's jungle to try and spot him out around those raptors. And AOE randoms know that this has gone down, but are still going to give up a lot of ground to RBM. And this combo of the Jace Diana is already pushing Josie out of his own jungle.
Oh, that Crescent Strike just barely missed there, but I think it did give enough vision. They know where Josie is, and there was a ward at the Raptors pit from randoms initially to prevent precisely this invade here. Diana can destroy a Rumble early if they find it, and Faisal is there to back up.
He's sandwiched by the Croc is no good way to go, and still gets stunned at the end of all that. Has no flash here, and under the tower is to Josie. That last Crescent Strike will do it, and first blood goes over to AOE.
Hawk is trying to answer in the mid lane here, but just barely missing the Dredge Line. Great sidestep from Darkwings, and for the side of AOE, they lose absolutely nothing here. They get the shove bot side as well, and Short Hop this time gonna miss some minions. A much better early game. This, I think, is what most people were expecting to see in this particular matchup coming out from AOE.
And that is confidence, not just in the jungle, but in the mid lane. I don't know what sort of food they are eating, what sort of drinks they are drinking, but they have changed something massive, because coming out of game 1, I would have been playing a lot more reserved. I know that these games can be so taxing mentally, especially when you lose to the point where you forfeit, but AOE have managed to make this look like a totally different game, honestly. Look like a totally different team, one that didn't experience what just happened last game.
Yeah, and randoms, they're not just sitting back here. Look at Pockets and Josie coming up into the mid lane. If one person doesn't work, we'll throw two at you.
Darkwing still does have flash, but gets feared, and well, he's not going to have the chance to use it. Josie ends up picking up a kill as Sketchdreams denies a cannon in the bot lane. So at everything, there is a cost.
And the question is, what can AoE do on this bot side? What can Sketchdreams and Fizzy do to this isolated Jinx here? For now, Short Hop, once again, not really getting punished. The wave is pushing out, though, and Focus will be back in time. There's no way to intercept this roam between mid and bot, so they don't... Yeah, they just get a free, safe ADC. Short Hop, not punished for that roam whatsoever.
No, and it is unfortunate that that sort of hold of the wave didn't affect him more, but now that Short Hop has dropped a ward, there should be enough safety here, and I want to know what Sketchdreams and Fizzy choose to do. Well, Darkwings has already used his own teleport to come back into the lane. Looks like we aren't getting the straight-up push in the bot lane from the AoE main roster, so at the very least, Short Hop and Pokus are going to be forced to overextend here, and that's why they need the backup of Josie right now.
Yeah, I think it's part of it. It's just to let Josie get in here, but the engage comes out from Fizzy instead.
A little bit too early as well. That Aftershock is not doing him a whole lot of good as he gets burned through by Josie. And the first kill in the bot lane is going to be picked up by Short Hop. Faisal has come down though, gets the stun on Pokus, but it is the tankiest member here. RBM finally finished off the kill though, gets to level 6, gets the 3-man ultimate. Can they turn this? Faisal finishes off almost another kill. RBM is the one that claims it. Shim goes in aggressively with the unstoppable force though, and claps right back on a knife's edge. AoE randoms take the fight.
Just barely there, and Chim being huge mid lane. Leo and Darkwings want to get in on the kill action here, but they aren't quite able to find it. And that is teleports blown all across the map there. Darkwings and Leo already used theirs to get back in lane. So for the next couple of minutes here, any cross-map play is going to be made off the paranoia. Leo has a small advantage.
Right now, with level 6 being hit for Darkwings, though, has to take a step back, knows that Leo's is incoming, and that paranoia would likely finish him off. Backs away, still has a 20 CS lead as we approach this point, though. So, for being able to bully a Nocturne enough to get that 20 CS up, by the time we hit level 6, I won't say it's a wasted pick. I think this is still pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, the Jace needs to maintain their lead here to be relevant. And with, that Mel fight with the Nocturne as well, we already talked about how Darkwings is going to be mechanically just better here because it's so tough against all these easy ultimates that AoE randoms have drafted. Now, I know you talked about the mid lane, Dia, but I want to bring attention to the mid lane, to the jungle, pardon me, as well, because RBM also has a bit of a lead. And it's not just the CS, it's not just the experience. 3 kills as well. All the kills for AoE is on RBM, and RBM needs to be able to leverage those. Yes, he's a carry. We've seen him do it before. He needs to do more of it here.
Yeah, that's where I was really looking as you were talking about the mid lane here, going, yeah, Darkwings needs to step it up, but at the same time, RBM with 3 kills already can probably solo carry the game as long as they can take care of Short Hop in this bot lane, because that's the cost that this Diana becoming fed has come at, is the fact that now this Jinx is also accelerated.
And if they can force RBM to look at this bot lane more frequently instead, then it does put Faisal and Darkwings at a slightly... I don't want to say it's a disadvantage. They're still expected to win, but it doesn't let them dive and just continuously punish that one player. And we've seen this happen before last game. If you don't hold Leo down, if you don't force him to stick in lane here, then suddenly when you're looking for those gang spot, if Josie's there, it's not a 3v3. It's a 4v3.
And the moment, AoE are going to have to play respectfully around this bot lane as well, expecting, as you say, that they will be at a small numbers disadvantage, with Josie expectedly being around that bot lane. It's the first time where I'm actually mentioning the dragon, even though it's already spawned 3 minutes ago, because the fight has been, because the game has been about blood up until now, but finally it looks like AoE randoms are taking a solid spot at this ocean.
Yeah, and we saw the pings coming down on Herald as well. So AoE randoms know RBM was topside. They know this is sort of uncontested here. And the bigger concern is, can RBM answer topside here onto the Herald? Theoretically, if randoms want to, they can just send bodies up there, try and slow this down here. The ultimates are backup equalizers there, and so is the unstoppable force.
Leo's still got paranoia as well, though he's being shoved out of this lane again, with Darkwings constantly going on the aggressive. Josie arrives to try and, I think, find a gank, throw out an equalizer, but decides that it's probably better not to, and is going to have to go back to his own jungle. So, at the end of that, AoE main, they are going to end up getting the Rift Herald here and responding in kind to the objective. Still a very even game.
Yeah. The lead, though, that we saw earlier from AoEs has been kind of shrunk a little bit here. They still have to lead into the jungle and the mid lane, but as we go on here, if that gold gap doesn't grow in favor of AoE, then it's not optimal for them. They don't have the better team fight team here. The Jinx, that scaling member, that scaling AD carry, is also on the side of AoE randoms, so they don't have to win it early. They just have to reach the mid game without falling too far behind.
certainly what they're doing right now. I'm actually very happy. If you're an AOE Randoms fan, you should be as well, because as we crest 10-minute marks, as they're up a dragon, they're certainly ready for the mid game to come. We're waiting for those items to come in. First mythic of the game is going to be picked up by RBM, and as those continue to come in for people like Darkwings and people like Faisal as well, I could see the team fight slowly turning in AOE's favor, but it's going to be only for a moment. They need to take advantage of that power spike.
They're committing so many members down here into this bot side right now, and there's no dragon, so I'm not really quite sure what they're trying to look for. Are they trying to set up a dive against a Jinx Nautilus?
Yeah, they're trying to kill Short Hop, dude. Like, look at the guy.
I mean, I can appreciate that, but like a dive feels really risky here. Not to mention just the range from an Equalizer, a Paranoia as well. I think you want to set up a dive mid instead. Faisal is here, Herald's drop, they could pull it.
Yeah, right now they're definitely going to at least inject some gold into Darkwings, and Leo, of course, is going to have a difficult time contesting this without Josie, so hoping to get a little bit of information on him as well. Unfortunately, Rumble doesn't end up showing, although they do end up pulling him for a moment.
Plates get pulled up. We're seeing the gold difference, and my goodness, I didn't realize there's 1,000 gold difference right now between RBM and Josie here. But the bot side as well has its own gap here. 800 in favor of Short Hop, and this is Short Hop who's been having to 1v2 quite a few times now when Paucus is looking for the mid lane.
Fizzy is always looking for Short Hop. Unfortunately, hasn't been able to find him even when he doesn't have a support at his back. Finally, the reset from the Jinx, I think, should net a mythic here upon recall. Does have the cull as well, although with Short Hop canceling that, knows that he's going to stick around for at least one more wave, and that is not an 80 carry. I don't know what it is.
I mean, the pings are coming out. They know they've got support coming here. Josie was bot side, and Leo, most importantly, has TP. The Paranoia range can't quite reach here, but the teleport is global as long as they've got something to get to. For Short Hop, if you can just sit there for the 2 more waves it takes to get the call, it will be nicer, but yeah, they're just going to back. You're not going to wait around for this. You want that power spike coming up quickly, and Dragon, in a minute and a half, might give us our first team fight.
I want to take a moment to appreciate as well that Chim has silently been ever so slightly winning in this top side of the map. Faisal playing weak side once again, even on the Renekton, is at the receiving end of a lot of grasp procs and a lot of smackdowns from the Thunderclap.
I mean, can you really call it weak side here? The Renekton is supposed to be stronger early here. Granted, once you start building all the armor, and we are seeing a lot of the armor, Bramble Vest coming through with the plated steel caps as well, it does get much more difficult. And we talked about dive buddies with that Diana. RBM has not looked top up to now so far at all here.
And even now, it's Josie, the one who's looking top, as Faisal is very low right now. Chim doesn't have the mana for an ultimate, but fortunately is being covered, and as he retreats into the fog of war, Faisal is going to have to give up the one advantage that he did have. Darkwings trading aggressively in this mid lane as RBM goes on an aggressive trade of his own here, finds Josie in the jungle. Shield is enough, and RBM claims a solo kill in the jungle.
The rumbles, man, like you're not attacked. You don't win the duel against Diana here. When you pick this rumble into a Diana, you're more looking for the team fights. Maybe you look for the 2v2s, but in a 1v1 you're not going to be safe. And I think they kind of got baited a little bit by the vision there. They thought they had everything warded. They'd see RBM coming in. Wasn't the case, and suddenly that top side where they were looking to potentially dive isn't an option. Dragon is up though. Josie is back up as well, so we might still get that Dragon team fight.
I'm expecting us to, especially because everybody from AOE Randoms is positioned around it. Remember, Short Hop has managed to pick up that Mythic as well, so a big power spike in the 80 carry roll should net you a team fight win if AOE do overextend, and they're not going to do that. Right now, giving up complete contest of this Dragon, gonna see what soul it is. A Cloud gets revealed as the second Dragon does go down to AOE Randoms, getting them a little bit tankier.
I feel like Cloud so benefits AoE randoms just a little bit more here. Their ults there, they've got more big ultimates that they want to use to team fight here. And yeah, that rotation down, Chim walked down. Faisal didn't. Neither of them had their teleports ready. So the moment Chim showed mid, AoE just had to back out. They had a numbers deficit that they just could not deal with against a better team fighting team as well.
And now knowing that Chim's teleport is down, of course, they are still trying to pressure around this mid lane. Leo is looking to get dove right now as that mid lane tower does fall. So a good force away does net a little bit of global map pressure to the main roster of AOE. Having cracked that mid lane tower now, they should be able to rotate. Their side lane is around a little bit more.
Oh, I love this collapse here, but they decide to call it back off. Pockets and Josie was coming up, and Darkwings did recall. I thought they had the members there. They could have set up an ambush in the jungle to catch a rotation, or just dive Chim, get the turret top as well. They can always choose to set that up once again. Herald is up as well, so they've decided to send Darkwings on with the TP so they can focus these topside objectives.
Yeah, I like. Ooh, that was a very interesting attempt on a steal of a blue buff. That almost worked too.
Yeah, that control ward in the bush still hasn't been cleared. It's been sitting there a long time. It's got the Distinguished Order of Ward Longevity and Health Award for itself right now here. Nice attempt. And you don't really lose anything for it. You're not expecting a team fight in the next little while here. And the ult's back up in a minute and a half.
Certainly a short enough time to be able to contest any objectives that you would want to. Very clearly, AOE randoms don't really care to contest this Rift Herald, though. That's more or less been given over to the RBM Kingdom. Currently with Faisal still struggling in this top lane, I want to know which side lane this ends up going to next, because cracking open this top could give him a nice split push angle, but at the same time, I don't really see it turning into anything against Malphite.
No, and the problem too is that they're taking so long to take this from Chim that look at where Leo is. Leo took the bot side outer turret completely uncontested. It wasn't a healthier state than that top side here. So AOE, I mean, we talked about this last game and they had such a good early game, but it's starting to stall a little bit once again here. You've got your 4 kills on RBM. You need to take that and use it here. You are very, very strong and you should be able to burst down any target that you set your eyes to when you pull the trigger first.
I'm going to take that one step further and say that they're not only very, very strong, they're at their strongest from right now for the next 3 to 4 minutes. Around that 20-minute mark is when we can start to look at AOE randoms comp to start picking up for themselves. But this is the kingdom of the AOE main roster, is right here, right now. And if we look at the map state, they're not doing anything with it. There's not very much to make plays. They're sitting here playing defensively when they should be winning the game.
Now, for the side of AOE randoms here, we already said that they just have to kind of sit back and they'll be okay for the most part here. But for them too, there's no reason for them to be making too many risky proactive moves here. If they can get a turret, great. If they can pressure a lane, great. But they just mostly want to fight around these major objectives here. We talked about the fact that Cloud Drake benefits them. Cloud Soul isn't going to look too bad for them whatsoever here. And they might just want to scale up to the Baron. If we're talking about objective plays, Baron's always a big one because it shreds the team here and it takes so much longer, so you can set up much better team fights around it.
I am really impressed though with the way in which, despite needing to play a little bit more reserved, AOE randoms have played with this very controlled aggression. Nobody speaks to that more than Shim in this top lane, who has been, I dare say, dominating the lane against the Renekton right now. Is about to take the turret in a 1v1 and even pulls up some pressure from RBM. Has the escape potential given to him by the Unstoppable Force. Uses it, but still gets collapsed on here. Pulling pressure is going to be enough though, as right now Sketch Streams needs to pull some himself. Flashes away from a hook.
Does get out. It's good. Now, I'm so glad that RBM finally looked up. I love it. I've been calling for it, you know, for like most of the game right now. What I don't like, though, is that the kill wasn't gifted over to Faisal, who was already struggling a little bit. They put everything into RBM. And while RBM should be able to carry a fight, you go in, you can pop somebody down. Putting all your eggs in one basket is a risky measure as well. If RBM goes down, who carries the fight, Dia?
RBM. That's my best answer here. That's my most play-by-play analytical answer that I could give you, because the thing is, RBM, if he has gone down, the fight is lost no matter what. Lead or no, he is such a core part of how this team wants to play the game, how they engage, and how they actually manage to eke out these team fights wins that right now, I'm looking at Chim, because if Chim can just ult him, the team fight's over anyway.
Yeah, potentially, and this, Dia, to me, is the breaking point right now. We've got the teams ready to go. RBM takes Drake, and Leo, you don't win this 1v1.
It's a good Sanya's, buys RBM a little bit of time as he's getting 1v2 right now, goes back in, uses the Moonfall, and takes it down. Leo with the solo ultimate. We do have Short Hop struggling to get involved a little bit, and that's cost Josie his life. The damage from Jinx just isn't available for 90% of that entire engagement, and a very misdirection sort of engage from AOE randoms. They have no idea what they're actually trying to do when they fall apart.
And this is going to cost them big, Dia, because they fell apart just as Baron spawned. They drop Herald mid for AoE. That's going to push in, and they can't really contest around Baron. Chim ended up using that Unstoppable Force late, so they're relying on a Rocket steal here, and Rocket damage is capped. I don't think you beat the Smite.
You can do it. You can do it. Oh, just a little bit too late. I'm sure he would have done it, though. I know Short Hop was lagging. So that's the ultimate reason why we didn't get the Baron steal, because that guy on this Jinx can pull off these plays, and I want to see him enabled a little bit more in these team fights to be able to do that before it reaches such a point where you have to manage that steal. You talked about the mismanagement of resource there, and honestly, I couldn't have said it better.
Okay, so remember how before the fight broke out, I was saying that I think this is the game. This is the fight that kind of determines your game. AoE was up, about 1.52k. Right now, they're up almost 4,000 after that play. They have Baron in their pocket. And while randoms have the better team fight, you could see right there, they still do need to line everything up right there. If the Unstoppable Force doesn't come down to the right target, and they were kind of holding it, I think, looking for the bigger team fight, you start losing members early, you lose the fight. Now, AoE can just drag you around. They can split push. And if you split push here, how are you going to deal with it? They weren't necessarily winning the lanes before, and with Baron buff, I don't think Chim can hold Faisal anymore. Darkwings was already winning that 1v1, and RBM, anywhere where RBM shows up, that's where somebody dies.
Now he's just hanging around in your top side jungle. You can see that AoE with this Baron buff have reclaimed vision superiority and have a really nice multi-lane push going on. Fizzy though just one dive in this mid lane, forces multiple members off and finds the collapse on the side here. Pockets horribly mispositioned, is just gonna die, and Short Hop can't quite put out the damage to finish off a kill. In the meantime, mid lane tower is gonna get finished, so is the inhibitor, and AoE random just found themselves losing map pressure in a huge way.
They've still got 1 minute and 20 seconds worth of Baron, Dia. I mean, they're not done by any means right now. They can go for a 1-4 if they want. TPs are available for Faisal and Darkwing here. Bot lane turret is not in great shape, and that's just free gold that they're going to be able to pick up. And for randoms right now on the back foot, when you're this deep in the hole, you can't just sit back anymore. Now you're actively looking to try and find picks. You've got the Unstoppable Force, you've got the depth charge, you've got the tools to make things happen.
Let's talk a little bit about RBM's build as well. You'll notice that he used the stopwatch in the last fight. Isn't Tazanya's Hourglass here. Instead, he's chosen to invest his time into the Magi's Soul Stealer. So if that doesn't give you confidence, I don't know what does. But at the same time, it also gives AoE randoms a very definitive thing to focus. If the 5 kills, make it 6 kills, weren't enough, now you've got even more incentive to take this guy down. And if you can just layer the CC, there's no escape anymore for this Diana.
Not gonna lie to you, I'm not so sure how I feel about this Magi's here. I think if you're behind, Magi is a great item because you need a snowball or else you're dead anyways. If you're so far ahead that your entire team is super far ahead, I think it's a great item. But when you're the main person who's ahead, that just paints a bigger target on your back here.
Yeah, at this point, honestly, it would be a good investment if just Chim and Leo were to ult just the Diana right now. We at least get Chim doing it though with the equalizer gets dropped down. Running away right now. Isn't going to survive. A big shutdown goes over to Short Hop, and it might be the team fight as well. But on the side, Darkwing tries to threaten the backline, doesn't quite do it. Skate Streams is here to finish it off. The Immortal Shield Bow isn't enough, and now it's the team fight cleanup for AoE. A double kill goes over to Sketch Streams, and no matter what it was, even with the pick on the Diana, AoE randoms just didn't have enough.
I mean, I respect what randoms did. We said they needed to pull a trigger somewhere. They pulled it mid. They looked and tried to burst down Darkwings, and then everybody else collapsed on RBM. Great play here, Faisal.
I mean, Faisal really doesn't have to do anything. He can just hang out here because they're winning the game. In the meantime, I don't see any contest coming in anytime soon. 9 seconds on Chim, and it doesn't look like it's going to be enough as the second Nexus tower is going to fall. The Nexus is under fire, and it is a game right on the edge, and Leo can't quite stop anybody. Chim doesn't have the ultimate here. The autos are coming through. Can you find the shutdowns where you need them? Faisal tries to finish this off the Nexus, and he gets the last auto for an AoE main roster win.
For a second there, Dia. Wait, are they actually going to be able to?
It was
stop
close.
us?
That was a very ballsy play.
I absolutely love it. And I love the fact that the question was answered here. We asked what happens when RBM goes down with all your kills. Apparently, the answer is Sketchstream steps up, going from, was it 1-2 or 1-1 to 5-2-4 to end the game here. Sketchstream stepped up in a huge way. And I was a little worried because Kaisa usually pops off early. That didn't happen this game. Sketchstreams looked like they were struggling a little bit into short hop, but when it mattered, that was all it took.
Hey, and it's a matter of sort of, oh, I forgot to close my window here. My lighting is being super messed up. Sorry, guys. I'm really hot casting these games, so I have to pop that open. It's a matter of, I think, knowing the role of the Kaisa in the team fight as well, because we didn't see a whole lot of access to short hop throughout that entire game, despite the fact that Diana was ahead by a ridiculous amount. But as soon as the knockups land onto short hop, Sketchstreams is in there like a bullet, and that's what changes the fight, really, is this immense focus onto the Jinx that blows everything open. It's the hole in the composition from minute one for AOE Randoms. It's the thing that ultimately took them down to close out the game. We're going to throw it to a short break, though, before we get into the third one. See if AOE Randoms can come back once again, make it 2-1. But either way, AOE is going to win today, and they've won 2 games already, lol. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to AOE's coverage of Challengers Uprising quarterfinals. Gunjan, that was a game to say the least, and now we've got a series on our hands. AOE main evens it up at 1-1.
Yeah, what a banger of a game number 2. It felt like both teams kind of did a little bit of a swap where you felt like randoms again are going for that new age comp, but they did end up picking the Jinx Nautilus, kind of bringing back that old school backline, while the side of AoE again took a little bit of the page from the randoms with the Kaisa, kind of everyone dive in, let's hope that it works, and AoE does come out ahead, but it was again random showed signs of life until there was just some crucial team fight selection issues that it kind of just blew open for the side of AoE. And again, in both games, it feels like it's close, it's close, it's close, and then one team fight kind of just breaks open the game. And again, it wasn't a 26 minutes FF, but it felt like in game number 2.
Well, the game ended almost as shortly. The only difference is Main Nasser ended up actually killing the Nexus in that game. Sure, it was close, but I think the three words that we have to describe that game are R, B, and M. Our boy, really big meme, picking up the Diana, coming up huge, and a lot of it was facilitated by his solo laners, Faisal and Darkwings, really helped him get some of that advantage in that early game with some of those invades.
Yeah, and you could see that they utilized the Diana, but as well as the strong solo laners to really establish what the Diana wants to do in the early game. You saw the Jace kind of move up anytime he could to try to drop vision, to try to drop anything so they could spot out the Rumble in the jungle, and then the Diana would make the roam over and try to get any sort of fight going because they had the Renekton priority from the top lane. So it was really well played by AoE main team in game number 2, especially in the early game, and I liked how they kind of facilitated and used the fact that they have those strong solo laners to really establish some vision control, because in game number 1 it felt like randoms was kind of running away with just vision control and vision dominance, and game number 2 AoE really fought back.
And we're going to take a look at some of these replays right now just to give you a little bit of an insight, or if you're just tuning in to show you what exactly happened. And this play down in the bottom side, just once again showcasing, even though RBM was really impactful, Josie did show up, especially towards this bottom side in terms of prio.
Yeah, and this is a banger of a team fight because everyone is level 5 and they're hitting level 6s at like just minuscule opportunities, but RBM gets such a big ultimate after he gets the kill onto the Rumble. Just an amazing play by RBM, kind of creates the snowball going, but then Chim hits level 6 off of just a random minion kill, and the team fight goes pretty even. But this team fight, I remember we were kind of scratching their heads because it felt so awkward to kind of watch, but at the end of the day, RBM was so far ahead, he just kind of wiped everybody.
Yeah, and the thing that we definitely wanted to mention here is AoE Randoms doesn't really need to go for this. Yeah, it's a Cloud Dragon, and you already have that 2-0 lead. Sure, getting the soul is nice, but just given the strength there, I wasn't exactly confident of Randoms really going for that fight. And this is basically the one that broke the camel's back. And it just shows, even though RBM does end up falling, the rest of AoE was able to come in. Sketchstreams in particular had a huge fight here.
Yeah, and it felt like AoE randoms were kind of just playing for the house's money at that point because they felt like, especially with the Baron buff that AoE had, they were kind of just breaking open every single side of the map. So without kind of going to those second inhibitor loss or the third inhibitor loss, they just kind of went for the big fight. They ended up feeling like they could catch on to Darkwings, but it just wasn't enough. They didn't have enough damage. And at the end of the day, Sketchstreams was the big kind of factor of that team fight. He had so little focus on him because everyone was so tunneled on killing RBM and getting that big shutdown that Sketchstreams was able to hit fire away, and he cleans up, and AoE takes game number 2, but it was incredibly close. And the big thing, and you mentioned it, is that in game number 2, it felt like Randoms was forcing it at really awkward situations, especially that Cloud Dragon team fight where Randoms really did not have to fight that team fight. They had the 2 Dragon advantage, so the only way that AoE ever forced a Soul or an Elder team fight is at like a really hyper late game, and once you hit that hyper late game, you'd have Jinx on 3 items, Malphite on 3 items. You know, your champions would get to that point where they are incredibly strong, but they took the team fight when the only member that was sitting on 2 items was RBM on that Diana. And you could see the power that Diana had with the Proto Belt and the Gnasher Tooth as she just wiped every single member. And it was just an awkward team fight from Randoms, but it doesn't mean that Randoms kind of got wiped in game number 2, even though the game time would kind of lie to you. It
Yeah.
was an incredibly close game, but they just couldn't pull it through.
And just taking a look now, going towards game 3, now that the teams are both at 1-1, we're effectively at the same spot that we were for most of Cup, which is that coveted best of 3. You got to win 2 more games to take the series, go on to face the winner of Golden Guardians Academy versus Zeus, who, by the way, Zeus putting up a hell of a fight over there. But Gunchan, I wanted to get your insight on this because as we were saying before, a lot of this game 2 came down, I think, to a lot of decision-making mistakes that AOE Randoms made around those Dragon Pits. And I don't know if going towards this third game of the series, I'm not 100% sure if the draft necessarily is the problem. But Gunchan, I just wanted to hear your thoughts on whether or not Randoms may need to try something different here in this draft.
I think in game number 3 draft, I kind of would like them. Again, in game number 2, I liked the way they played and the way that they were scaling up. They had the Malphite that was such a nuisance in that top lane that it felt like multiple members were being thrown at that time. And at that point, that's when Random should be looking to kind of take an advantage on the other side of the map. Going into game number 3 draft, I personally would like to just see a kind of a run back from game number 2 with just some mistakes kind of ironed out. I would like it if they, especially in the early game jungle play, that they made sure that Josie, even though he's doing a really great job of responding, I want it so that, especially if he doesn't have lane priority, to not try to contest the jungle so often. And I want AOE Rams to pick maybe stronger laners, especially in the early game, so that the game doesn't get away from them, especially with RBM. But we are going to be transitioning into game number 3. And my predictions, I know we're kind of transitioning into the best of 3. I personally give it to Randoms. I like what I've seen. Or, sorry, yeah, best of 5, but both teams have that 1-1. I like what I've seen from Randoms, and again, I'm not a flip-flopper, but I'm going to be changing my pick. I think it's actually going to be Randoms
this is
in
spicy
5.
here. Well, we'll see if Gunjan's prediction switch over. I don't know if that's technically allowed by the rules. I guess our producer will get back to us on that, but we are receiving word that Pro Draft for Game 3 is ready to go. So Dia and RMC, take it away.
All right, welcome back to the desk, folks. It is, as they say, AOE versus AOE Randoms, both familial teams here, going up at what is starting to become a best of 3. Thank you, Greats, for pointing that out. That we're now at the point where I think they've played a few more of these, reset the mentals, go for the high hype plays here. But the other thing that was said on the analyst desk that I really liked was that the drafts aren't necessarily the problem here, and it's more about that decision making come the mid game. To see what we pick for sure here. Right now, starting off relatively similar, relatively familiar, but it's really once we get onto the Rift that we have to see these played out to their fullest.
Okay, and I'm actually a little surprised. Yeah, I was expecting a Diana ban to come out from the side of Randoms, but Gunjan called it. It's looking like a bit of a run back here.
Yeah, this is, I think, basically no reason to change anything. I personally would change out the Jinx for Azaya, but hey, it's all you, and right now I'll stay with a salty run back because it did really come down to a lot of small things last game, and realistically, AOE Randoms have a great comp to be able to play this front to back, to be able to enable short hop on the Jinx that he's so well known for.
And we on the analyst desk, we talked a lot about what Randoms could do to win it, because obviously they didn't win with the original run here with the champions. But I do want to point out for AOE as well as they played it, there are still places they can optimize this here. So if we do get a salty run back, Randoms might not be able to just, pop off here. There are still a lot of things that AOE can do to make it much, much harder. For example, top lane, Faisal, if we get some ganks early, then maybe Chim doesn't get a fun time in that top lane with that Malphite. Same thing with Darkwings. If Sketchstreams and Fizzy play a little bit more carefully, and we've seen that Sketchstreams and Fizzy don't necessarily have to win the bot lane to have great impact. They can afford to sit back and skill equally, but nope. No salty run back. Malphite taken away.
There we go. There we go. Yes, thank you. I was like, wait. The Nautilus was not the Malphite. Yes, Malphite banned, and the Varus banned as well for short hop, something that we've heard a lot about. And a Swain picked up to top it all off here is actually a really nice adaptation into the initial core of AoE. You got a big dive composition. Nothing sucks more than diving onto a Swain who is happy to have you there.
Literally, and unless you build Grievous Wound, that suck is going to be big suck, and it's going to do a lot of damage, a lot of healing here. So expect to see early Grievous Wounds. For the side of Randoms, I mean, so far, randoms haven't played anything too crazy. So I love seeing the Swain here. And my question is, where's the Swain going? Theoretically, from what we see, it should be mid. But Nautilus jungle is a thing. We are on patch 11.11 right now. And hey, maybe you send that Nautilus in the jungle, you send Rumble mid, Nocturne top, and Swain support.
I don't know. I think yeah, Swain likely not going into support. Although the other thing that we might have seen. Okay, there we go. The other thing that we might have seen is a Swain 80 carry. And that is what looks like is happening right now. As my brain struggles to comprehend, processes, and then understands.
I mean, dear, you got it. I don't know why your brain's not able to pull up with your call, because it was right on point here, right? Your Swain, your Nautilus here. And we've seen time and time again that short hop's really good at sort of handling the 1v2. With the Swain, it's a little bit more difficult in a way because your range is shorter, but at the same time, the gold matters a little less than something like a Jinx. And the Wukong that's coming through from Chim here. That is something I am kind of scared to see, because Wukong into Renekton is a matchup that Wukong should be able to win. And it's not just about the laning either. It's about the team fight phase. Sure, the knockup is going to absolutely interrupt the dive, which is going to be massive, but it's also going to let you engage into their backline if Wukong can find a way, maybe some flank, a decoy, something into the back there. Darkwings and Sketch Streams might just get burst down before they get to do anything.
And being burst down is a big problem for AOE last game. Not just with RBM being relatively squishy here and having to avoid so much that was being thrown at him in that final fight, but all along the way, they never really had the big health bars to back them up, and now having to collapse into a very potent team fight with a lot of CC, a lot of sustain, is going to make it so much harder if you can't win the laning phase. I feel like this is just a level up in difficulty from the last game for the AOE roster, and on the other side of this, of course, the randoms have so much of an easier time playing out these deathball team fights.
Yeah, the ease of execution has gone down for them, but the thing too is that I feel the AOE compositions have ironically not worked for the AOE teams, largely because of the mechanics of the players here. Team fight comps are easy to execute. Right, like if you're down in gold and plat, team fight comps win almost every time. But as you get higher and higher up, it becomes harder because the players are better at not getting caught out. In game 1, randoms had so much mobility that they could play around it. In game 2, AOE didn't necessarily have quite as much mobility, but they were able to recognize when it was going to come, make sure that they split up and that randoms had to make tough choices there, and there were no optimal engages to be found as well. In game 3, that's still there. It's still going to be difficult to find the optimal engage.
I don't even know if an optimal engage exists. Like, what is the optimal engage here? Like, I'm looking at it. Sucks so much. Like, engaging in a mid game onto a Rumble once he builds that Zanya's Hourglass is possible. And I mean, we're talking about the team fights, but I don't even think we get to play the team fights this time. I think the main roster has to play the side lanes, and they have to invest in Faisal to do it.
Yeah, and they don't absolutely have the best matchups either. Wukong does well into Renekton, into Jace as they scale up. And again, it keeps coming back to this Nocturne pick that Leo's been on this entire series right now. While it hasn't necessarily been winning the lane, it's giving them so much strength in the side lanes. If you try and split push into this team, it's never going to be equal numbers unless you're fighting in the mid lane. Unless Leo is stuck to that lane, it's always going to be a numbers inequality. They're always going to have that extra one person show up. So AOE is then now forced to more than split push. They've got to rotate, I think, and try and catch randoms in rotations here. And you have to be careful that when they catch randoms, it's not bait, it's not a trap, and they're not forced to fight, in these tight choke points in the jungle.
Yeah, this is going to be a very difficult game for the main roster here. And at the same time, AOE randoms have already moved extremely close. I'm excited, and I could not possibly predict what we're going to get in game 3. So I'm going to send us to a very short break before we find out for ourselves.
And with
We return to the Rift, and God knows what's going to happen for RMC. The one thing that is staying the same between all the games, AOE randoms still on that red side, still have that last pick, still used it to counter pick for the top lane. So at least we're getting some consistency here between what have been wildly swingy games with high levels of play on both sides. We talked about it a little bit here, where AOE, the blue side, do need to get ahead a little bit more so than AOE randoms on the red in order to be able to actually close out these team fights that otherwise might be pretty difficult.
Yeah, and if we're looking at how they can get a lead, well, I think every lane this time actually is pretty good for a gank from RBM here. We were talking about the Wukong being a counter pick. It was the R5 here. And it does, later on in the game, do find into Renekton while bringing tons of team fight strength. It interrupts the dive coming through from AoE. There's a lot of strong points about it. But the weak point is that the early couple of levels, Wukong does find it difficult to trade into the Renekton. And will probably run low trying to farm. Diana, RBM can look top, get a kill there. Mid lane, we've seen, well, Dark Wings knows this matchup well, is winning the matchup, often does get Leo kind of low. And in the bot lane now, with the Swain Nautilus versus the Kaisa Alistar there, Swain gets a huge power spike at 6 when you get the Demonic Ascension, also known as the Big Suck. But before that, you are vulnerable and you are still kind of squishy. Your health is from draining. You're a drain tank. You're not a true health tank here. So RBM, it's a buffet in the early game. You just need to make ganks happen.
Now, there's a sort of fifth option, fourth option that we haven't really touched on yet. And that is that we also can see lanes ganking RBM, like we saw last game. When you can get these pushes, especially from Darkwings in the mid lane, from Faisal in the top lane, even if you aren't straight up winning lane, you can turn that into a game win by paying a little bit of love over to your jungler here. And that's something that we don't see at low-level play, but that we get to see when we have the privilege of watching both these AoE rosters run into each other.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happened last game, where RBM was invading Josie right off the bat. And with the pings coming down, they know where Josie started. They know where they want Josie to end up.
Fizzy already helping out to clear this blue buff away. Even Sketchstreams wanders over to give a little bit of leash over to jungle. Definitely throwing RBM some love here is going to pay off in a big way and set Josie behind even further.
I love it. They've 3-buff Josie here. Josie can't even walk into the enemy top side, into the blue buff of AoE, because if you do, RBM just falls back. And look at the mid and top lane states right now. Faisal has shoved the wave under turret. Darkwings has shoved the wave under turret.
God.
Leo and Jim, they can't back you. Oh my, Faisal not only shoved the wave, it's trying to zone Josie off Krugs as well.
This is literally just trying to make the entire game a 4v5 by eliminating the so early. Faisal is pulling some attention from Josie, though, and since he didn't manage to take away his health or his Krugs, does have to be careful, but they have full vision of this Rumble right now, and Josie, for at least the next couple minutes, is effectively out of the game, where RBM is definitely not going for a gank in the mid lane, pops onto Leo, should be forcing the flash here as Darkwings finally lands that last shock blast there, and Leo, what happened?
That was just really well played from Darkwings, engaging in there with the To the Skies and getting the Thundering Blows, the knockback to get Leo out of safety. And the fact that Leo didn't flash immediately the moment they saw RBM show up, Leo was kind of dead there. Teleport is used to get back into lane, and Darkwings can actually just comfortably walk back into lane here, can save the teleport, giving them a TP advantage.
Oh god, a TP advantage on top of First Blood to the Jace does not spell good things, because we've seen some action in the jungle, we've seen it in the mid lane, and now I'm expecting to see that translate into the bot lane in just a few minutes right now. We're getting a little bit of a push from AoE randoms, they've turned the tides in their favor, and Leo's invading to try and spot out RBM, but realistically, none of that is going to translate into kills or even objectives right now.
And here's the other problem, Tia. Even if you see RBM, what are you going to do about it? There's no camps for you to invade, to punish here. So all you're really doing is tracking where he is so you can run away. Now, RBM showing top right now. The stun comes down.
Jim doesn't have clone just yet, finally ends up getting the cooldown right back up and flashes directly afterwards. So even though it doesn't result in a kill, still a very worthwhile investment for AoE main roster. And I think that might be the first time they visited top lane this entire tournament.
Yeah, pretty much. I think before the let's say before the 15-minute mark, I think we did see the kill last game when RBM finally did go top. Josie coming in with Paukas here, and Paukas was spotted leaving the lane here, but they don't have good defensive vision right now for the side of AoE, so they don't know, is Paukas looking mid? Is he invading here? Now Darkwing spots that out. They will know they've been invaded, but it's scant comfort right now for Josie, who's a full level down.
Jim trying to go aggressive up here is still batting pretty well against the Renekton, has picked up a Sheen at the same time. Sketchstreams takes some punish from Short Hop, but is otherwise still going even as well. And we're waiting on the jungler to pull off these big engages, to manage to find some sort of angle here. And more often, we're going to be looking at RBM for right now because Josie is still suffering from that early game setback.
Yeah, and RBM doesn't need to necessarily get kills. You're already up ahead just by keeping Josie behind. Now, I do believe they got spotted RBM. They know RBM is in the bot lane right now here. And Josie is going to be able to just power farm. As his jungle is coming up, what little is available right now till he's 6, till randoms start hitting their ultimates, they're probably just going to have to continue playing passive, give up whatever objectives come up.
Poor RBM. He steps out of the bush by like an inch and he's like, nah, whatever. I'll just walk up, throw my Crescent Strike. Good gank, guys. Well done. And unfortunately, that's the end of that in the bot lane, and it doesn't turn into the dragon right now. They spot Josie up top at the moment, which would have been a great indicator to go for the objective if they hadn't already reset. You take what you can get.
Well, they're not necessarily looking to stack dragons here. They're just trying to keep Josie out of the game and just keep punishing, win the lanes here, as we talked about, getting a lead. And so far, they have accrued themselves almost 1,000 gold lead. Sure, you've got first blood. That's a nice bit of gold in your pocket. But where's the other 500 gold coming from? It's coming from you just dominating the lanes, getting a CS lead here in the mid, in the jungle here. Top bot going even, that's fine. We've seen Faisal manage to bounce back, and Fizzy doing the huge room for the bot lane. All the way top right now.
Actually, if we can get a little bit of focus right now, I believe RBM just pinged it out, but right next to the blue buff, there is a ward that spotted out both RBM and Fizzy making their way to the top lane, and by the transitive property of equality, saved Chim's life. So I'd like to honor that ward for being the thing that has kept AOE randoms from falling behind even further in this early game, because play that was set up for success.
For now, Tia. AOE is still ahead, and I thought they were going to gank top. The pings came down here, but instead they're going for Herald instead. And I like this call from AOE, because if you're not going to be looking to, dragon stack necessarily, if you think that's going to take too long, well, Herald's a really fast sort of influx of gold you can use here to continue speeding up the tempo, take turrets down. And we've already seen what happens with these dive comps. When you get the turrets down early, when you open up the map, it becomes that much harder for AOE randoms to really, or the team fight composition really, to come back.
Oh, the patience from AOE randoms isn't quite enough there to bait out the Fizzy catch yet either. So it's going to be Alistair getting the Unbreakable Will before any of that manages to happen. No snowball occurring in the bot lane just yet, but importantly, Short Hop is actually keeping up in the CS department, despite the fact that he is a little bit shorter range.
Yep, and is now 6. So that Swain is online right now. They saw Herald went down. They're going to trade the Inferno, and randoms, this is good for them. They are the ones who want to dragon stack here. They are the ones who want to look for these major objectives when their composition comes online. And the moment Paucus is 6 here, I kind of want to start seeing those ultimates thrown around, get some weight down, get some of this AoE going here.
Get some of the AoE. It's been going all the time, RMC. The AoE never stops on this channel, and in this quarterfinals, no less. As well, let's all remember that that's exactly what's on the line right now. Might be in our third game of the night. We might still just be struggling for position between these two sister rosters, but at the same time, you can't lose sight of that ultimate goal at the end of all of this, and that is why these games have been tense, why both teams are playing cautiously, until, of course, whatever the heck that was. Sketch Streams looks like he's going to be able to flash and maybe get away, but it will be the finish off from Short Hop. RBM has arrived, though, with no more Drank Tank left for him. Short Hop will end up falling, giving the kill over to the Diana.
I mean, they pulled the TP out of Dark Wings as well, so not a complete loss there. And yeah, I don't know, what was it you said? Yeah, what was it in the food and the water? Like, what is with them stepping out of bushes? First RBM, now Sketch Streams?
Yeah, that was ambitious at best, going up against the Swain Nautilus, who will see you to the end of your days. Although, looks like Faisal may have stepped up a little bit too far as well. Gets taken down in short order by the duo of Chim and Josie, not recognizing that, unfortunately, that is not the strongest side of the map right now.
Oh, they didn't quite have the backup there. Leo with the paranoia as well. I mean, they could brute force that. Well, they kind of did, but they could have done that even harder. And so Faisal does go down. That's it. I'm hardly worried. Faisal's up CS, and Faisal's a great weak side player anyways. What worries me more is giving Chim that that kill there, because Chim has yet to show up to a major team fight. But when they do, with that Cyclone here, we talked about it so much in the picks and bans already here. The fact that Wukong does skill up nicer than that Renekton and just works well and against both these compositions.
First mythics are coming in for both comps as well, so a small power spike for the AOE squad, the main roster, should net them at least some priority over the coming dragons. Especially important now that we're getting to the point in the game where they should be the strongest over their counterparts.
Well, their first power spikes here, I don't know if I'd say strongest just yet necessarily, because the early game strength of AoE's comp is still very, very much available right now. They just have a lot of early game strength, and they will fall off later. The Jace does fall off a bit. The Renekton does fall off a little bit here. But for now, they're real solid. And there's nothing that they need to fight over necessarily, right? There's no major objectives. Herald's still down for almost 3 minutes. Dragon for 2 right now. So besides catches, we shouldn't be seeing too much action.
Yeah, you could even say that, well, they didn't need to fight this for right now, but that doesn't stop them from doing it as Unbreakable Will gets popped. Chim is all over sketch streams right now, and so is Faisal. Unfortunately, that teleport only takes him into a rough place, and RBM has to use his ult defensively. The Moonfall almost takes down Leo. Dark Wings has arrived, and Faisal doesn't have the slice and dice just yet to chase everybody down. The health bars are low for AoE randoms, but they get away with everything.
Cyclone's up right now.
Chim's going for it right now, and that is a great hook to follow it up as well. AoE randoms turn that on its head.
Literally seconds there, Dia. The Cyclone just came up. If it didn't, they handshake. Maybe randoms even loses somebody on the back end there, but because it did, that fateful second here, randoms are now in the driver's seat. They're, like you said, this is where their strong point is starting up here, and when that dragon comes up in a minute, that ult will be up and available, or almost.
Dark Wings, he can almost find that kill. Holy moly. His flash is up as well. He's going into Josie right now. Has to use the flash defensively, and it might have spelled his doom. Josie with the Electro Harpoon cleans him up just in time.
That is not good, yeah.
League of AoE main roster overstepping their bounds is this game. That is like it's 3 in a row. We see sketch streams do it in the bot lane. We see 4 people do it in the bot lane once again into the Cyclone. That, like you say, you know, maybe they didn't know that it was up. They thought it wouldn't be. Whatnot. We see Dark Wings do it again in the bot. This bot lane, stop going bot. Like it's your doom.
I mean, hey, that's how they got ahead in game 2 before, right? So you can't blame them for trying it again here. But it's mostly going on to Josie right now, 3-0 and 2. And Josie is still very vulnerable. How many people are they sending top?
They're sending everybody top right now because they need a strong side of the map. Faisal is going to get a lot of assistance here. Chim's tries to turn it around, and Sketch Streams is the one that ends up picking the kill. So I actually really like this rotation from AoE, despite what it costs them bot side.
True. Dragon is up, and randoms right now not responding to it. I mean, you saw everybody there. Even if Leo doesn't have Paranoia, it did go back to base. You can start that up there fairly comfortably. So you've got the vision for the rotations. As it stands right now, they're looking for Dark Wings instead.
And he gets to absorb a lot of pressure on this Jace. Even when we were topside, they were trying desperately to gank this guy, and Dark Wings has been able to evade them every step of the way, pulling out things like the hypercharge to just get a little bit further. I'm actually really happy with the way the Dark Wings has performed, despite his overstep in the bot lane, but he has yet to become that team fight carry source, or even side lane carry source, and I don't see Jace becoming one this game if he doesn't get that going before the next 6 minutes pass.
Yeah, I'd agree with that here. You know, before the 20-minute mark, if you're not getting advantage, how are you going to find it later? Chim is also slowly scaling up. And again, Leo. This Nocturne right now is that nail just stuck in AoE's gullet. They can't effectively play around it here. They have to be hyper aware. Now, bot side turret did go down. AoE did pick up first turret, but was answered immediately. And the gold is dead even right now with randoms up ahead in dragons. They have the slightest edge here, and they're comfortable with that. They can continue to wait for these objectives right now. Wait and see how AoE is going to answer that. How are you going to engage into this massive team fighting team, which has such good disruption?
So much of this needs to be on Fizzy, and it needs to be perfect. I know that I sang songs about the guys Alistair, but if AOE and the main roster want to be able to contend with AOE randoms, they have to be able to find at least some engages in situations. The games have been so ridiculously close so far, and it needs to be everybody's game, being not just one. RBM, though, tries to make it solo, goes in mid lane, gets exhausted instantly, follows it. But there's so much drain tankiness on this Swain, and with no grievous wounds around, he does not fall.
Yeah, and just not having healing cut at this point means you can't effectively fight this. That's 3 members thrown into it. And I want to point out once again that RBM actually stepped out of bush before that fight started a little bit as well. Did it make a difference? Not exactly. I mean, RBM still managed to find the engage, but it's a disturbing habit here, Dia. And I'm very, very concerned because when you are the team that needs to find picks here, you kind of need to set your traps up right.
Yeah, they've got to be the ones that are playing this really cleanly. And you know what? They deny at least the demonic ascension from Swain right now, the big suck, as we affectionately call it. And that's a good tool for them if they want to try and find some other objective. But right now, they're kind of creating one for themselves with this Rift Tail in the mid lane, and I'm not even sure you could push this with the demonic ascension down.
Yeah, no, not quite there. The turret's still a little too healthy, and they don't have full vision on where everybody is necessarily. Chim did just leave top lane. I think hadn't quite shown on the ward yet, so they weren't 100% if Chim just kind of jumped over the wall. And despite the fact that it looks like 3 in the mid, you've got to assume it's 4. Leo's still there. Bot side though, Darkwing's shoving up the wave, but if you not quite able to reach the turret before Leo gets there, and we continue this sort of lull state. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a problem. It's a problem for the AOE main roster specifically, because AOE randoms are happy to be able to continue clearing back and forth ways, get short hop even further ahead, let themselves sort of relax with the dragon advantage that they already have. Worst comes to worst, they don't even have to contest the next 3 Drakes that come up, despite the fact that it's an Ocean Soul, and AOE main roster on the other side of that have got to go for every single one.
It's so weird to me, Dia, that when we first started, before game 1, when we were coming in, when we were setting expectations here, we were talking about how AOE main roster, you know, they play the early game really well. They push the pace. They've got fast tempo, and AOE randoms are the ones tend to, you know, sit back a little and look to skill up. You know, they've got these wonky drafts, and now we're into game 3, and it kind of feels like it's the opposite way around. I mean, the drafts are still a little wonky on random side, which I absolutely love, but it feels like randoms have been, you know, they are kind of ones trying to make things happen, and AOE main roster is content to sit back and kind of look to scale up. They're not exactly pushing the tempo here.
No, and it's really worrying, especially when we consider the fact that they're drafting themselves compositions that want to be pushing the tempo. I think it was a great adaptation coming out of game 1, but going into game 3, I think that we have to ask ourselves, is this realistically what you want to be running into a team that is so clearly comfortable dealing with it? Because right now, the clock is running down, and slowly but surely, as we crush these next 2, 3, 4 minutes, AOE randoms are going to start picking up in relative power and be able to play this death ball composition that we so fear.
Okay, last game, Dia. The game broke open at 3rd Drake. 3rd Drake is spawning in 25 seconds here. So I have hope right now that the teams might yet fight over this Drake here. And it is an opportunity for AOE to come back into the game. They've actually managed to find themselves a bit of a gold lead just through better lane assignments and better farming right now. So on almost every position, they are ever so slightly ahead. The ADC is the only role that's not true. And Sketchstream is only about 200 gold down. So that's next to nothing here.
Check out the fact that we have both junglers picking up Stopwatch as well, even one on short hop. And Stopwatch is something that can change a fight, change a game in this case very quickly. Paucus goes for the engage here. Demonic Ascension gets popped, and in goes the Nocturne, almost finding Fizzy. Heal comes out, and finally it will be the Equalizer being dropped. Sketch streams Cyclone all over him. Faisal is going to fall in the front line, and AO. They get clapped around this 3rd dragon by the randoms.
We talked about stopwatches, Dia, but we didn't talk about grievous wounds because there wasn't any again. And randoms, they're just not taking the damage here. you can just walk up a short hop, not worry about anything there. And what we did see was the equalizer coming down, the lights turning off, and AOE just not being on the same page, not being on the same half of the line there.
Yeah, that I think is the best sort of imagining the situation. We're gonna watch at least something being given over here, which is really nice. Few kills to try and get themselves back into this game. They might try and crack the mid lane tower as well, which would be a worthwhile trade, if still not one that goes in the favor of AOE.
And the gold lead matters less and less right now because the next Drake is going to be Ocean Soul for AOE Randoms. AOE Randoms still have yet to lose a major team fight here. And so AOE, they're kind of, I don't want to say forced to, but they're attempting this Desperation Baron right now. There's no vision.
There's a teleport, though, and Shim is just seconds away from having that Cyclone backup, even though this Baron is under half health. Can you secure it as safely as you can? That Equalizer does a lot of damage, and Josie's waiting over the wall. Sketchstream tries to finish off the Monkey, gets finished off himself by Leo, as in doesn't find the Baron, but does find some damage. Well, the rest of AOE think about engaging. They're going to have to back off here, keep the little Barons that they have alive, so that they can find some sort of advantage later.
How did they do that? They not only get Baron, they answer the 1-for-1 here. And yeah, sure, Swain wasn't around. Short Hop was back in base there, but still, just really, really well played to get out with with an even trade. And I was just saying, you know, if they sit back, they wait for that Ocean Soul, they're going to be in a bad spot. They've done two major things now. They've got Baron, so they can push with that. And more importantly, they've desynced Baron from Ocean Soul. So when the Soul comes up here, AOE can focus on just doing that. They don't have to worry about getting dragged back and forth between Baron and Soul.
That's going to be ridiculously valuable, especially because they are expected to have themselves a little bit... Is your client lagging too?
Yep. I think, yep. Oh, I'm back in.
Okay. Are we all back in at the same time? 18? 20, 21, 22,
Yep.
23.
So.
Okay, seems like we're all at the same time. Wow. You know what? For a small indie company, that resync was actually pretty good.
Fair enough, right? I mean, the fact that somehow Echo made his way into our game and Chrono broke it was not great in the first place, but everything's fine.
Wow.
The push keeps on going. Turret gets claimed, and AOE continuing their reign. Chim has to be a little bit careful.
Whoa, okay, Chim, taking a big step forward, finds Faisal and forces a Dominus, but even Fizzy is waiting for him on the other side, and that Cyclone doesn't look like it's going to be enough to save him. It's a big push in the bot lane, a big pick, and it should be an even bigger turret falling to the AoE main squad.
Yeah, Leo trying to split push topside, has TP to get back in base quickly to defend here, and the big ultimates are up here. You've got the depth charge, you've got Equalizer, and you've got Demonic Ascension. Those are the big AoE team fights for the most part.
But you don't have all of your members, and right now it needs to be the top falls enough. Backup is enough, and even the Ignite gets dropped onto Short Up, keeping him out of the fight. Finally, almost gets assassinated, but so much damage comes out of him and Leo near that it's going to be an AoE Randoms team fight to keep them alive.
It's so low, all the health bars there. And I do want to point out, Grievous Wounds was purchased, was available for that fight. And I think that's why Short Hop almost died there, but almost not quite enough. The turret dive was a little over ambitious. And for a while there, yeah, I thought AoE had fixed their problems of overextending. They just changed it. It's no longer about bushes now. It's about turrets.
Yeah, there was an over-ambitious dive, but to be fair, it looked like it was going in their favor for so ridiculously long, and they took a gamble, saying, you know what, Swain probably won't survive here. It's likely that Short Hop dies, and then we're going to get our money's worth. The thing is, he manages to survive, and now he's got that Zanya's as well to be able to ensure that he never is under threat going down quickly again.
Oh, Leo did actually get tagged, but it's good enough. You're back to base. You're safe. If Leo had gone down right there, then you kind of lose a lot of the pressure that you were trying to maintain. Would have probably been back up in time, though, to contest for that all-important Ocean Soul here, which will be coming up in about 50 seconds.
I keep having to zoom out right now because these plays are being set up from so miraculously far away here. The vision is being dropped and contested everywhere, and at the moment it is AoE coming out on top. Although with an Equalizer push in, everything can flop on its head. Josie is at least taking care of some of the vision that the main squad is laying down as we set up for this dragon. 23 seconds left on it, and AoE have the option to turn and burn it. They've got a lot of damage.
Yeah, and we should make this very clear right now. Yes, AoE is a hit. They got Baron. They have more gold. but they are not necessarily in the lead right now. They do have to be careful. The hook comes out.
Oh, it's a hook on to the Renekton, though, and that's going to be okay. But Shim in the backline is anything but okay. They blow up the main roster here in AOE Randoms. How on earth did they pull it off?
With a hook, and it wasn't quite a blind hook. The ward drops, the hook comes out immediately here, and that's all Randoms need to do. That was why I was saying right before the fight broke out, AOE is not in the lead. They don't win compositional. We talked about needing to come out of the laning phase with the lead. It wasn't enough, and that throw at the turret there does cost them. Even if they denied the soul, all it is, it's a stay of reprieve on their execution. They still have to keep finding better fights somehow. They have to out-execute. If they don't, they will just lose based on their comp and the skillings.
God, imagine playing into a Swain with an Ocean Soul as well. Comp or no, this got so much worse for AoE right after that fight. And at this point, what we were saying throughout the early game of, oh, well, AoE have the tempo. This is their game to run. Now it becomes AoE Random's game to run. And they look like they have a game plan starting from now at least, because that hook was decisive. That team fight was decisive. And they can keep that up from now till Kingdom Come.
Now, despite all the things I said that AoE is behind in terms of control right now, it's not quite game over. Yes, if both teams play everything perfectly, AoE Randoms wins this. But that's why we actually have to play the games, and it's not over in draft here, Dia, because for AoE Randoms, they can still lose the game if they get caught out. If they blow their ultimates and can't find the kills, if AoE engages when their ults are down, that's a way for them to win. And so I really hope they correct their problems of stepping out of bushes. There are more bushes than usual. It is an ocean map right now. So if they can set up the right death bush, they're still in the game.
This is a really good collapse, though. It's currently a 2v3, and unless anybody can join, this might be the misstep you were talking about. Fizzy does get a stun, but that's a huge equalizer down to the back line. Well, Leo's going to go down to RBM for 1 HP. It's going to be burned instantly as he comes out. It's not only him that falls, though, as Sketchstreams and Fizzy follow him down. Faisal, the last one to be wiped away, leaves Darkwings as the only representative of the AoE main roster on the Rift, while the Randoms turn their sights onto the Baron.
I had for a second there visions, Dia, of AoE maybe turning that. It looked good. The ultimates came down early, and members weren't dropping immediately. But all that was just waiting for the gold to go away, and then they started dropping. Now, with Ocean Soul, with Baron in their back pockets as well, there's not much Darkwings can do, and Darkwings has to be careful that he doesn't get engaged on.
It tries to steal that Baron away with the Shock Blast. Not going to be able to pick up that or any significant poke, especially into the soul that, remember, we're still operating into.
Yeah, the only saving grace or the only silver lining right now for AoE is that AoE Randoms don't siege well. They don't take turrets very well. Their only ranged champion is Short Hop on this Swain. So it's not your usual AD carry to take things down. And that's why this Baron is so important for them. Because if they don't get Baron, the siege becomes hard. And they kind of have to wait for AoE to either step outside the turret or until they feel comfortable enough just diving the turret completely. And we've seen how that goes from AoE trying at the bot side. AoE Randoms might run into the same problem.
Yeah, and this Baron will, like you say, help mitigate that. The other thing that'll help mitigate that is the other objective that's coming up in 3 minutes. The Elder Dragon is something that I think is going to look really good and likely is going to be picked up by the Randoms unless AoE can find some sort of miracle in the next couple minutes.
I mean, technically, what you can always, like, you can try and set up an ambush against a Baroned up team. The problem is most Baroned up teams are sitting in a lane here. So your flank is going to have to be a massive odyssey here to find a good way in. Leo still all the way back in his jungle, farming up, and now Chim has rejoined the team. So that window where maybe they can force something has closed. Faisal still looking off on the flank right now, though.
But he was still getting spotted on Vision as well, which would be a little bit worrying if not for the incredible amount of tankiness on this squad that'll allow him to join in from so far away. And we're seeing the late game potential of a split pusher really come in here. Despite the fact that he doesn't have the Baron, there's no way that AoE's main squad can actually engage here.
Even if they didn't have Baron, it would still be so difficult to. And with the Baron, you can see it's slowly just chunking that turret. Faisal now rotating top Darkwings as well here. But I think if you show too many people, you're going to lose your mid lane inhibitor.
Yeah, 2 people showing up top lane, need to get this pick, but Leo's able to escape with no minion wave in the mid lane. They get bought a little bit of time, while Chim is hoping to try and find some sort of an engage from the side here. We'll see what ends up blowing up in the face of AOE, as right now, it's Pacus starting us off. Ultimate instantly gets popped from Swain, and Leo goes into the back line, finds at least 1 kill, and with Chim joining him, makes it a second. The hook lands again from Pacus, pulling everybody into the Swain's AOE. Wings is finally going to be taken down under the top lane tower. That is an ace. That is the inhibitor, and that is ostensibly the game as AOE random clap back one more time.
More importantly, Tia, AOE has just won a game. One of the AOEs has just won a game with an actual team fighting composition here. I think that's pretty big because no longer can you just kind of focus down the Diana, the Renekton, and the Jace here. You actually need to start having answers to how AOE randoms are going into you. The Moonfall and the Pulverize look good on paper, but when there's that many tanky targets, it just wasn't enough CC, even with the turret helping out.
Yeah, that was, I think, really impressively played from AOE randoms. And at the same time, I do want to say that a little bit was left to be desired from the AOE main squad. We were saying the whole time that they need to be putting the pressure down in the early stages of the game, and we saw a little bit of it. We got a taste, but it was nothing compared to what we know that it can be with Renekton, Jace, Diana, Alistair. There's so much potential here, and whether that was AOE misstepping, not able to put out enough of it, or AOE randoms being able to play really well defensively, it ultimately ends up looking really bad for the main roster because they couldn't find enough of an advantage with a comp that was so clearly itemized into it.
And it was a decision they opted for, right? Like they could have ganked lanes. They opted to try and set Josie behind. And while I respect it, it just didn't pan out because the whole goal of setting a jungler behind is that you get all the objectives. You kind of make it so they can't contest you. Whereas rather than going for the dragon, they would prefer to hunt Josie. And when they took the Herald, they sacked the dragon in exchange. They allowed avenues for randoms to stay into the game here. Now going into game 4, I think first of all, AOE randoms has done an amazing job laning, right? Like that was where we thought they would kind of struggle a little bit, pound for pound against their lane opponents. That's not the case whatsoever. And I think AOE needs to start playing together as a team a little bit quicker, a little bit faster here. Don't just keep sitting in your lanes and trying to extend those leads because it's coming at the cost of objectives.
I got one wish. I want to see Dark Wings on a carry because Jace is really strong, but I want to see him on something that can scale up into that late game. Take it to AOE randoms in these late knockdown, drag out fights that we have been seeing. But we're going to have to wait on what I want because what the teams want right now is to take a short break before they get back into the game. Take a little bit of a breather because this next one could be match point. AOE randoms are coming up on it. Let's see if they can close us out once we get back.
Welcome back, everybody. And Gunjan, predictions be damned. AOE Randoms taking game number 3, bringing themselves to match point over their main roster. And this was definitely the closest matchup that we have had in these 3 games. Sure, the longest one as well. And just given the back and forth nature of this game, I want to talk a little bit about the early game just to start us off, because RBM once again coming off with a good play, trying to punish this Rumble's clear nerfs that he received in this patch. But this time, though, RBM wasn't able to snowball, and Josie was able to maintain a significant lead.
Yeah, and I liked what AoE did in the early game with that blitz almost, where the alley just immediately flashes onto the bot lane, forces them to kind of just give up the wave, push the wave in the tower, and then just blitz the blue side jungle for the Rumble. They got an incredibly big early game lead as Rumble was kind of just relegated to farming red buff and Krugs and then just backing. And so they got a big lead, but RBM wasn't able to get much from him because the lanes played safe enough, and eventually Josie caught up, and then we hit the kind of wall that we've been hitting in every single game where mid-game team fighting, mid-game team fighting, mid-game team fighting. And again, randoms look really strong because now I think they've kind of streamlined their comp even more into what they want to do, which is this mid-game dragon stacking team fighting comp. They've removed the AD carry. They don't even want to play with an AD carry. We don't need 3 items. We need just 1.5. That's what randoms are saying, and they picked the Swain pick, and it worked wonder for them in game number 3 because it dealt so much AoE damage. It wasn't squishy enough to where AoE could just immediately blow it up in team fights, and it just did what it needed to do to create that big zone where it felt like AoE was just kind of falling behind the play. And even though AoE did end up being able to sneak in that Baron and try to get some lead, when they overpressed just a little bit, that Swain pick punished them. And again, they fall behind now 2-1. And going into game number 4, we kind of want to talk about drafts. And one pick that I know we've been talking about, Grapes, is that Jace pick. I'm not a fan of it. Do you have any thoughts on it?
Well, yeah, the Jace has been picked up by Darkwings in games 2 and 3. These are the first 2 games that we have seen Darkwings play the Jace, and it's also the first time that Jace has been picked or banned against by for this AoE main roster. So the only reason they're really picking it, just given our insight and what we know so far, is really just to take it away from Leo, because Leo is an exceptional Jace player, played it in all 3 games in that clinching playoff moment against Supernova. And now that Darkwings has taken this Jace twice, he hasn't looked like the player that we know he is on this pick. And I almost wonder if maybe moving him on to something else could be an option. But speaking of champions, Gunjan, I want to go back to the bottom lane, because when I talked to the coach of AoE Randoms, the big thing that we were getting from him was that watch out. We got to watch out for the weird picks that Short Hop and Pockets can bring out. They brought out the Senna Maokai against Supernova yesterday, and today they bring up that Swain. We're going to show you a couple of replays just to break down what happened in those games. But basically, first of all, this was a beautiful play in the mid lane. But on top of that, the early game prio from AoE main squad, it really didn't do much to give them any bigger leads than necessary.
Yeah, they pretty much picked up the first blood from Darkwings there, but again, in these bot lane big AoE team fights, you can see the power of that Swain Nautilus pick as they're able to just lock down members. And again, you can see that Kai'Sa's already dead, and that's kind of the it felt like that was kind of the key thing that kept happening in every team fight, where Sketch just couldn't really play the game because every single member on AoE randoms would just lock him down, CC him down, and as they turned on these team fights, they just have that AoE damage brute forcing almost these big AoE team fights, and randoms just kept getting lead after lead, even though that the game was cold. And the big member I want to mention was Pacus. These hooks in these big third dragon and in the fourth dragon team fight to burst out the Alistar, and in the fourth dragon fight to burst out the Renekton were so big, and you could see this AoE damage coming in. Sketch just doesn't get to play.
Yeah, and I want to talk about Chim there, who had a massive cyclone in that fight around the dragon pick, picking up one of his signature picks in the Wukong. Did have Josie fall behind a little bit early, but was able to use that lane, get that matchup that he wanted, and allowing Josie to come in, snowball himself and the Rumble. And even though here Darkwings did manage to somehow secure that Baron, didn't really end up mattering, because after that AoE ended up picking up the Soul. They end up getting this massive fight over here as well on a bit of a failed dive, trying to capitalize a little bit too hard here for the main roster. And really just randoms have been playing these fights incredibly well, and I'm super excited to see them moving forward in these next games.
Yeah, and you can see this is the big fight that I was talking about where Pocus does land the hook onto Renekton and he gets instantly burst out. And then you can see Kai'Sa in the backline try to deal any damage, but there's so many short-range, big AoE damage threats that Kai'Sa just never gets to really sit there and auto-attack. And again, it felt like Sketch Streams was just kind of an afterthought in these fights, and it's not his fault. The comp was just built so perfectly by AoE randoms that there was no way for an AD carry to really interact or do anything in these big team fights. And credits to randoms for really switching it up. I like how they kind of adapted after game number 2. I was saying that the draft wasn't really the issue. It felt like they were just team fight calls and kind of initiations that were kind of suspect from them. And in game number 3, they said, okay, you don't like the Jinx pick? We're just going to subvert expectations, no AD carry anymore, and no AD carry for the side of AoE after the Chim jumps onto him in the backline, and they just went full onto that AoE mid-game team comp, and I like how they've kind of adapted going into game number 3 and going into game number 4. I hope that AoE adjusts because I want a best of 5. I would love to see the 5-game series, the game number 5 AoE versus AoE, but to do that, I want to see AoE kind of adapt. They've picked the Jace in game number 2, they picked Jason to game number 3. Either try to get some strong lanes, and they have picked strong lanes, and get some early dragons. You have the strong lanes, you have the Kai'Sa alley. Let's get a dragon in the early game, or let's pick to counter on their big mid-game team fight. If they want to pick the Swain, I don't know what you could play in the bot lane that could counter a Swain in the big AoE team fights, but let's not get the Jace. Let's get something like a Control Mage, maybe the Orianna, maybe something like the Azir, maybe the Corki, something that can just deal some big AoE team fight damage. But again, I'm excited to see game number 4. Again, you said that we made bad predictions. I did switch it up and say AoE randoms.
I'm not counting that.
You're not counting it, but I count it. My heart counts it. I'm taking the AoE randoms in 5, but I'm excited to see game number 4 and the adaptations.
Well, we'll see if Coach Gunjan can will his team to a game 5. Here we go. It's going to be game 4, though. Pro Draft is about to get underway. DRMC, here we go.
All right, welcome back, folks. We are into the pro draft here, or rather, we will be very shortly, RMC, and we'll see how both these teams have adapted. The thing that they are not doing is switching sides, though, and it's really wreaking havoc with my notes, because I always set up for these guys to swap around, but they never seem to. If they're not changing sides, they at least need to change up playstyles, and the analyst desk has set us up well enough for that, because something big needs to change for AoE, or they are out.
And like Gunjan was kind of struggling a little bit with, I mean, like, do you go for early strong lanes? You already have early strong lanes. That doesn't necessarily seem to be the issue here for the side of AoE. And it defaults back to, I think, what you kind of mentioned as well. I want to see Dark Wings on a carry too, right? We've seen RBM step up and be huge, right? And that was the person you were looking at, Dia. Well, I was looking at Dark Wings, and so far, the Jace is cool and all, but it's not
cool.
getting the job
He's
done.
A cool guy, you know. He's got a nice skin on him. I think he's been using the Battle Academia. I think it's a good look, but especially when AoE randoms are so willing to draft a comp that has no real targets for a Jace, I think that you need a pick that is definitely a little bit more all-around strong, that can lay down the damage no matter what the state, time of the game is. And Jace, unfortunately, is a little bit too reliant on getting to those early power spikes. As we're looking to start up, though, I wonder if we also see jungle priority shift a little bit, because to me, Rumble Diana has been nice and all, but it's been so 50-50 that I want to see if these guys have anything more in their pocket.
Yeah, and I think if there is a change to be done right now, it would be for the side of AoE, for RBM here, because for randoms, they played both sides of the matchup. They got the Diana game 1. They've executed it beautifully. They've had Rumble game 2 and game 3. And despite the fact that Rumble does struggle against Diana early, Josie has shown that he's very comfortable and can survive it here. Even when getting 3 buff to start the game, Josie managed to find a way to remain relevant here. So really, randoms have no reason to switch things up too much unless AoE does first.
We'll see. We'll see if they do. I'm holding out hope. The other thing that I'm holding out hope for, of course, is that we get a short hop focused game once again, because we still haven't seen him fully be able to realize the pop off. The Swain looked unkillable, but was it a Jinx with rockets from the back line? No, I do want to see that. I want to see the same thing for sketch streams. There's so many people that still need to have their moment that I want to see if we change things up to itemize more into people like Faisal, like short hop, like sketch streams. And even like Chim, if we can play carry in the top lane. I think anything goes at this point. Right now, though, we are into the draft, and right now, nothing is.
Yep, right off the bat here, I mean, the ban so far, we do see a change. The Ezreal has been opened up for AoE here. They've banned the Nocturne, and honestly, I kind of like it, because sure, the Jace does well into the Nocturne, but so far, they haven't had a great answer in terms of what Leo can do with this pick outside the laning phase.
And yeah, this is something that will hopefully allow Darkwings as well to be able to exploit that lane a little bit more, because Nocturne has proven to be such a stone wall in the face of split pushers all the way from top to mid to even AD carries, who very clearly we know Nocturne will shut down. That Diana priority does stick around though, and it will be once again picked up for RBM in the jungle. AoE have their option, maybe not of the Nocturne, but certainly the Rumble is still a good pick.
Yeah, and so far, every game right now, they've done Nocturne plus Jungler every single time. And now without the Nocturne here, that Rumble, they're buying time. They're trying to decide how they want to go about this here. And because it is a Nocturne mid, it's not as if there aren't other mid lane globals that could do similar things. Galio, Twisted Fate are on the table, though you probably wouldn't necessarily prioritize that in first rotation.
Huh. Instead, they're going to go for the Ezreal, and I am going to be the first person to say I'm not a big fan of the Ezreal. I thought it did its job in game one. I think that it kept the lane dominant supposed duo from AoE's main roster in place, but it's giving over a lot of power, and that Jinx Thresh is just a taste of exactly what you should be getting when you're blind picking somebody who essentially just forfeits the lane.
And I really liked the Ezreal in game one, because it was R3. You knew what you're going to be playing into here. And you knew that all you needed to do was survive, be independent, not use any resources from your team so that they could focus elsewhere. Now, though, you don't have that option here, because if you just sit back and skill, you're running into Jinx Thresh, who will outskill you, who will be a bigger threat in team fights. The Nautilus pickup, though, that's a solid answer. It is a counter to Thresh here, and we saw the Rakan be aggressive here. They did manage to get some plays in what was supposed to be weak side. Now with the Nautilus, it's stronger than that here. So they will be able to punish early. They will have to punish early.
Also, can I just say that I think Paucus's Nautilus is insane right now. He's been landing some clutch hooks to start team fights, to end team fights. The guy is crazy on it. And for that reason, and that reason alone, I think you could have second picked it. But it's just me, and I'm glad to see it locked in at all. The Wukong ban away from the AoE main roster is also pretty telling, though, as Faisal, as much as he's not used to winning lane, I think he could stand losing lane a little less into that Wukong, because certainly it didn't look fun.
Yeah, and it really shouldn't have panned out that way either. I mean, Renekton was supposed to bully early, but they kind of just went even for the most part. Chim, even I think, finding a very minute early CS lead as well. So not ideal here. And they've been constantly giving last pick to Chim here on the side of AoE randoms. If you're gonna let that happen, I know Renekton is a safe pick which can lane into most things here, but I think you put Faisal on something skilling once again, like the Ornn in game one. Sure, it didn't work great, but I don't think it was Faisal's fault necessarily. I think the Ornn pickup was fine.
Yeah, you can even take a Malphite, because that has been so potent in these sort of meta of the overall game. I know we've only seen it picked once, but a lot of times we are seeing one team prioritize the team fight, and here AoE randoms force them to Malphite. Anyway, you take away that Renekton. Thank you AoE randoms.
Okay, you know what? So yes, you take Faisal off the Renekton, but you have to remember that initially in game one, or in game two when we first saw the Renekton, I liked it because it was a deny away from Chim here. Chim is a very good Renekton player, and while Faisal has struggled on the champion here, I'd be surprised if Chim ended up going the same way. And now it forces Faisal as well. What do you want to do? If you just pick a tank, Renekton does well into most tanks. We'll be able to bully that lane, and we're talking about them needing strong lanes. Well, Random is the ones who are looking like they might have better lanes right now.
They certainly are, and I like the Sion pick for exactly that reason, because we've seen this Sion go down, I'm not exaggerating, like 50 CS. Yeah. And the guy still puts out insane amounts of work in the team fights. I think this is a great comfort pick for Faisal, something that will keep him relevant throughout all stages of the game, even in a lane that he could potentially lose really hard. And a Lucian mid lane might not be what I expected, but it is certainly something that does the trick here, because Darkwings is on a carry.
Yeah, for sure here. And in the first place, like Sion into Renekton's not a bad matchup as far as tanks go. And it gives you that beefy, tanky front line for double AD carries. Yes, Lucian's pretty short range, is more of an AD caster, but still pumps out the damage as long as you've got a solid front line. And what do you do to solid front lines, Dia? You rip them down, you subjugate them, and you troll the crap out of them.
Oh my god, it's actually a Trundle lock, and more likely than not, this should be a Trundle top.
Yeah, and that means Leo taking that Renekton mid. I absolutely love it. Yeah, this is why I love randoms, not just because we share a common name here, but also because they just like to do things which break the meta rather than necessarily just following whatever has been done before. They're kind of answering a lot of these questions. Renekton into Lucian, that's not bad at all. Yes, it's a little rough for Renekton, but it's a volatile lane with a little bit of jungle pressure. And if Renekton gets ahead, once you pick up that Stride Breaker, it's hard for Lucian to play it. Top side now, Trundle, that's a winning matchup. You have bot side. We talked about the Nautilus Thresh here. So AOE randoms, they have themselves winning lanes and solid team fighting in this game 4.
This is really impressive from them. The one place where I'll say they don't have a winning lane, and the one place that I hope that AOE can exploit is that bot lane, because dragons have also been really pivotal throughout the entire series. And finally, with a Jinx, Thresh, and a Diana, a Lucian mid, you should be able to get the first couple.
I don't know about the first one, but certainly, depending on how that bot lane goes, AOE might be able to get snowballing a little early. So I do want to see early jungle pressure into that bot side. We know the Diana Rumble matchup favors the Diana, so if RBM can get down there, make things happen, they can secure that side, play from there as well. But another area that AOE does have a side advantage in is skilling. You touched on it, Dia, with that Sion pick. Infinite skilling. It bounces back no matter how hard you set it down. It will just eventually become a menace that Renekton can't deal with. But Jinx and Diana as well. Jinx outskills everything in the game right now, except for maybe the Sion, at least in this particular draft. And Diana as well, while strong early, does do a lot of damage late as well. Ezreal might be slippery, but Diana can literally one-shot him. Same with that Rumble pickup as well. And Trundle, when you steal those stats, you're still kind of vulnerable here, especially if you're speccing more into armor to protect from the Jinx from the Lucian.
Yeah, and that's likely what the Sion will be doing as well, because the Trundle, of course, will be taking away part of Sion's resistance, is not just creating them out of thin air. So it's certainly, if you are itemizing armor, yes, Jinx may be put down, but you're still going to have to deal with RBM. And dealing with RBM has been such a big point of contention in this series that it's a 50-50 whether AOE randoms can actually do it or not. If they do manage to get this going, though, remember that they would win off of this match alone. A win here sends them to the semifinals against Zeus Gaming.
And that would be something I don't think any of the analysts predicted, either here on our stream, Gungeon and Grapes, or even on the main cup stream, where all the analysts, I think, picked AOE's main team to win it here. So that's absolutely huge. I don't know about you, Dia, but personally, I want to see a game 5 just because the quality of the game so far have been so good.
Yeah, these guys have defied expectations all the way to bring us to what is a very, very close series. Let's see if they can take it that one step further. Let's see if we can go to game 5. Both of these things, great options, but there's only one way to find out which it'll be, and that's to throw it to a game. Welcome back to the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into for our fourth game of the day and possibly our final one. AOE Randoms on the red side find themselves at match point, and the AOE main roster Hail blue side got to give it their all in the game in order to stay in the series to bring us to that fifth game, RMC.
And I feel like almost the first time this series here, Dia, it's on the side of AoE to be able to soak up that early game pressure and bounce back into the late game here. They've got themselves a really good scaling comp. I do think that, if they get to the late game, they 100% win this just off the comp alone, but there's just so many counters in lane right now for the side of Randoms, and if they get snowballing, we saw it in game 2.
We've seen a whole lot of crazy things this series alone. I'm really excited for this Trundle top, for example. We see Chim right there on it, going into Faisal on the Scion, has the opportunity to really take this lane to Faisal, and that's something that, while we've seen a lot of Faisal maybe falling down in lane in terms of CS, hasn't really been killed that often. And if Chim and Josie can make this game about the top lane, they can make it about a hard...
I kind of feel like that's bait. Yeah, Chim, like focusing a Scion just feels really, really rough. And while it might be a good win con, the addendum to that is that if you focus down that Scion early, you also have to basically close out the game before the 20 minutes. If not, getting that down doesn't matter. I think my eyes are more onto this mid lane, this Lucian Renekton, which was already going to be volatile here. Darkwings is a huge carry, and we've seen Darkwings really pop off, I think, have a bit more impact than Sketch Stream so far here. And more importantly, Darkwings is running the TP right now, not the cleanse. So you don't necessarily have that safety. And I think if you can shut down this Lucian early, you can kind of take Darkwings out the rest of the game.
Yeah, exactly. And so much of the utility, not the utility, but the usefulness, rather, of this ability to straight up win the lane. His ability to harass you under tower, to deny you CS exactly as he's doing right now. And that needs to be kept up, and it needs to be kept up not just by Darkwing's mechanical prowess, but by the rest of the team coordinating vision so that exactly that doesn't happen.
Oh my goodness, Leo's still at 4 CS right now. Can't even step up here. And at least in the short term, Josie still looks like focusing on clear right now, not really looking to get too many ganks off. The ward in the Raptor pit really gonna mess up any gank attempts here.
Yeah, it's a really smart pickup there, as Darkwings does get stunned, realizes that he doesn't have cleanse, and continues the lane. I'm sure that that's the brief moment that everybody has in the matchup, going, I really would like to stun now, as I'm sure that Focus is thinking the same thing, eating an ignite for his trouble in the bot lane.
And I love this aggression we've seen from Fizzy throughout this series here. As Gunjan kind of mentioned on the Alistar, going in really early. Not afraid to burn the Ignite here. Same thing with the Thresh here. The Ignite, there wasn't really kill pressure, but the cooldown's fairly short, so you can definitely punish it. Meanwhile, in the jungle, Darkwings, this is risky.
Yeah, he's looking for a little poke onto Josie. Leo's going for it as well. RBM goes over the wall. Uses the heck out of everybody. Flash forward as well. Means that Darkwing has to go away. But Josie ends up using his flash, picking up the first blood. And that is a beautifully decisive play from the AOE Randoms.
That's worth it. 2 kills for first blood, especially onto Darkwing. You take that. And here I was saying, okay, like, Josie's got a gank, but can't gank because of the ward. Who needs the gank when Darkwing is serving himself up on a silver platter there?
And it's a little bit disjointed from the AOE main roster as well. We see them trying to go in on the side of RBM. Darkwing's desperately trying to get out, knowing that he can't do anything. And Chim on the way down at the same time means that there's really no hope for the AOE main roster to actually find a team fight, or skirmish rather, win there. But what they certainly didn't expect was to lose such an integral piece of their gameplay.
Now, Leo still hasn't gone back to base yet, does have teleport as well, so that early assist there doesn't change the fact that Leo is still gonna struggle here. And honestly, I kind of want to see Darkwing just freeze the lane here, and then Leo doesn't get to play the rest of the game until Josie manages to come all the way back for another gank.
It'd be really nice if he could, although I suspect that this matchup actually will turn on its head, especially as we look into the bot lane. Sketchstream's already been exhausted. Josie goes for another gank and doesn't work out. Then look at that, Darkwings is taking your advice.
I absolutely love to see it. Bot side, the heal and exhaust traded here does keep Sketch Dreams alive. And unlike the previous games, I'm not looking at Sketch Dreams to necessarily take over the lane here. You're on the Jinx, you're with the Thresh here. You can just skill up. If you can soak up pressure, if you're forcing Josie to visit that bot lane, that's time not spent in the other lanes here, letting Faisal continue to skill up and letting Darkwings continue that dominance in the mid lane.
Now, my question to you is, we're looking, of course, at RBM and at Darkwings to take over the game. RBM being an integral part of the game plan for the entirety of the series, and Darkwings, of course, on the Lucian. But Josie just tried to gank bot lane. Is there a lane you'd rather him show up in? Should he be trying to actively gank Darkwings, for example, who we know is going to be invested in, or should this be a farm fest?
No, the mid lane, 100%. Just keep looking mid. That's the most volatile lanes. They did it once. They can do it again here, but because they didn't, now RBM is there. And in the 2v2 right now, that's something you don't win. You do need a bit more of an edge here. And that Diana, very, very strong. There's no point for Josie to look top. Chim's got this on lock top side right now. And in the bot lane, it's not a bad place to look. I'd just rather you focus a bit more attention mid first.
It's a really good invade from RBM and Darkwings as well to push that edge that we already know that they have. Faisal has managed to hang on in the top side as well, not falling down too far in the CS numbers. And although the Scuttle Crab does get claimed by Josie, Fizzy's going to make sure that at the very least there's some defensive vision maintained here. And even from AOE randoms, gold is still very even despite that first kill. And I would say, RMC, that we are still on a knife's edge.
I would 100% agree with you, Dia, and that is to the advantage of the AOE main squad. I've said it before, I'll probably be saying it all game long. They skill better. They just need to keep even, and not having kills go down, that's one way to keep it even. On the other side, randoms need to push the pace. If you're not finding the kills here, there's always objectives. Your level 6 equalizer is available for Josie here, and the bot side, Short Hop and Pockets have done pretty well for the most part here. Pockets unlocked to roam as well. If they can hit 6, that's when your out combo starts working.
A big way to push the pace is around these objectives. Like you say, Josie drops a huge ultimate though, and that remembers to instantly short up those forced to flash. RBM still goes for the kill, finds the Crescent Strike, and very nicely done. Actually turns what AOE random should have been strong and around this dragon on its head, and now AOE main roster, they crash a huge wave.
That hook from Fizzy was really what swung the fight there. You don't find Short Hop, you don't find that win. Now, not only are they denying the wave, but they're going to be able to pick up first Dragon as well. The one that I questioned the most for AOE, whether they could get it.
And off of that alone, I'd say that they're off to the races, because as much as we were talking about them scaling up, they're happy to be ahead. They'll certainly be able to push that as we go on in the game, as we approach that second and third Dragon that they certainly should have gotten. Chim, still running this lane ever so slightly, is a point of hope for sure, and certainly something that can swing a team fight, have a little bit of X-Factor potential, as not a lot of people know how to play against a Trundle, but everything else is honestly not set in stone, but very hard to shift.
I'm a little scared. The Sion already at 272 bonus health just from the Soul Furnace. I don't even know how much Faisal has gotten from the Grass with the Undying either. So it's stacking, and those are free stats here. So despite the slight CS lead, despite the slight gold discrepancy, I actually think that top lane is more even than the numbers are showing.
It's kind of like a Gangplank with the hidden gold. I wonder how much each stack of Soul Furnace is worth in terms of gold. I'll have to do that math later.
It's 4 max health early, I think, which it scales over time. So a little bit of gold. I can't remember how much Ruby Crystal costs. Ruby's about 150, I think, for 400. So it's already, yeah, I think he's actually up in gold if we just look at straight health, because that's more than a Ruby Crystal already.
This is the caster math that everybody wanted. This is the gank that we wanted as well. Good ult from Faisal keeps him alive, but that is a very low commitment gank from Josie that has already gotten an ultimate. Ostensibly, now pressure on this Rift Herald.
Yeah, and they know RBM and Darkwings are there. They are spotted, and the sweeper doesn't catch the ward till now. TP coming back, so Faisal's right back in it. No ult available, but you don't really need it if RBM is there to initiate for you.
If you're going to commit TP to that, though, I'm He'll actually be able to take the Rift Herald, especially if Fizzy's getting initiated on the bot lane. Sketchstream's going to eat the ult right now, and heal gets burned one more time. Teleport into the bot lane is from Chim, and he's trying desperately to find Fizzy, who still has Flash right now. Focus doesn't find a hook, and AOE, the main roster, gets to walk this one out in the bot lane.
I mean, yeah, if you're going to be questioning teleport usages there, that bot lane one, I think, I have slightly more questions about. Does net them a whole bunch of plates, though, so is useful in terms of that. And Sketch Dreams can't walk up because Fizzy is gone. What can they find on the opposite side of the map? Josie is very squishy here.
You know, in a weird way, I think that was actually probably the best play, because it gets you so close to neutralizing what Herald would otherwise give you. With 3 members in the top lane, though, AOE are looking to get a little bit more than your average Rift Herald. As ultimate gets dropped, so does the Rift Herald. Darkwings, that we will eat a turret shot, might be able to claim first tower. That would be the dream here.
They kind of have to, because bot side right now, Short Hop is just ripping plates down. It's almost equal right here. No equalizer. Josie's still sticking around. This is risky business.
That was really rough too, because AOE's main roster just lost in tempo in a big way. So much solo gold went over to Short Hop right there, and the gold was not nearly equalized on the side.
Well, not from the top side, but Sketch Dreams did get 2 plates mid, and I think at the end of the day, that does help equalize things. Sketch Dreams still up in gold
Let's tackle
right
the
now.
gold.
They're comfortable.
I want to see this. Right now, like you say, Sketch Dreams is up in gold. Faisal, looking for a kill. I'm going to hold my point. There we go. Thank you, Short Hop. I was a little scared there. I was holding my breath. Darkwing's up in gold. Let's see who else. RBM basically even. Faisal down in gold. Okay, you know, things are actually fine right now.
Yeah, for the most part here. I mean, their slight gold leads are on sort of the players who matter. Both your AD carries right now in a really, really solid position. And when that Ocean Drake comes up in a minute there, Dia, that's when we really start to see, is this little gold lead gonna be enough to deal with the Rumble here, with sort of the in-lane counters that AOE randoms have drafted themselves?
Got about, say, there's 55 seconds ticking down till that next dragon. Josie does reset. Doesn't have the mythic though, and on the other side of this, RBM does. So if you're asking me, just looking at the items right now, looking at the game state, that next dragon should go uncontested to AOE Esports main roster.
Yeah, I think if we look at the power states, perhaps, but it also depends on the setup here, and it is going to be AOE randoms getting in position first. Darkwings did finish pushing the top, does have TP to rejoin the team. Faisal has a 3-man train coming his way.
Yeah, he might be getting dove right now. Just those 2 minions aren't going to be enough, and instant run down the cowards as he runs screaming from the turret will be enough to save his life. Unfortunately, won't save the life of AOE randoms in mid lane. It's a great rotation from the main squad to find themselves yet even more gold.
And by pressuring that way, they're forcing randoms to come to them. Randoms can't do dragon without pushing them off first. Are they looking for an engage here?
Darkwings is just looking for poke right now. He gets to dance around the side of you with this solution, and the Relentless Pursuit is going to offer him so much ability to reposition. Faisal and Fizzy, they get to be the ones to walk forward to try and barely find hooks.
Okay.
Pocus though, he finds the hook, throws down the depth charge. So does the equalizer go down, but it doesn't find any damage just yet. Pocus ends up falling. So does RBM as everybody kited out by Darkwings and Sketch Streams on the other side of this. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of the AOE main squad, but they do not go for the dragon. They rotate this right back into the middle.
I mean, crucially, RBM also wants to go down for AoE, so they don't have a smite available. Risking Dragon against Josie, that's unnecessary. Just push up mid, get the free gold, exactly what they've done textbook here. Now, only that bot lane outer turret remaining here, and they could go for that after Short Hop. You have to be careful. Your hop is short, and it's a little risky against this team.
Fizzy, of course, has been having some pretty nice hooks so far. Despite the retreat into position, though, from AOE Esports' main roster, they're not going to be able to get the priority on that dragon that I think they were hoping for.
Yeah. You know what? I'm still fine with that right now because AOE has been struggling to get control of dragons in the last 2 games. They've got the first one. They've slowed things down here. Sure, it's not the regeneration from Ocean Drake, which is always great to get, but it's also not Ocean Storm. So it's nothing like what happened last game. Cloud Drake going to be what we get here. And for both these teams now, stacking Cloud Drakes is going to be nice. the Cloud ultimate, the Cloud Soul, pardon me, with the ultimates, going to be even better for AoE. I'm feeling like with that culling coming out from Dark Wings, it lets you reposition better, it lets you hunt people down. And coming from Faisal and RBM as well, you able to reposition that out for maximal damage.
Yeah, the Moonfall on RBM is like, holy moly, just the insane movement speed that you get that stacks with that is absolutely massive. And I could see the benefits for both sides, because of course a Dominus Crocodile running you at 90 kilometers per hour is also a problem. So we'll see who ends up picking up these next dragons. If that fight was any indication, though, I think AoE randoms aren't feeling too good about it, because the scaling nightmare is kind of coming true, and that fight was way more even for 15 minutes of the game, where AoE randoms should be at their strongest.
Yeah, their first power spike here, and for AoE, they've been playing really, really well around it here. The way they position that, and RBM's lack of hesitation, got exhausted actually when that fight started, didn't matter, knew that trading his life for the kills was going to be worth it for them to pick up the pace, to accelerate this skilling, and now they're in there contesting for it. They don't need to do that. Herald is coming up in 30 seconds, and if we look in terms of itemization, you said last time Josie didn't have the first mythic, the Night Harvester, ready. Well, in this second fight, Short Hop doesn't have the Manamune ready either, so they still don't want to fight this fight.
Still a little bit nervous for sure, and it may translate into a no contest Rift Herald, which would be a big problem, because you're already missing all of your outer turrets at this point, with bot one very close to falling, I'll say. And that Rift Herald, when it cracks tier 2s, when it can start cracking bases, that's when you have to be really, really worried. So often we see second Rift Herald sort of net these last couple outer turrets, but now it can really change the game.
And I do want to point out something that we've not really touched on too much in the previous games, vision coming through right now. AoE has been able to set up around these objectives so well. Yes, they are giving up Herald, but they're doing it with full knowledge here. It's not as if AoE random snuck in there, or it's late for AoE to realize this. No, AoE has seen this and has said, you know what? We will give you Herald because we don't need it to take down 2 of your turrets in the bot lane.
They just want to ruin Shim's life is what they want right now, because this Trundle is straight up not having time. That's a really nice Ezreal ultimate. It will at least stall out any further pushes, but only by ever so slightly. And Leo gets to continue pushing in this top lane. Rift Herald gets dropped here. Let's see who gets some more out of this play.
Oh, the collapse coming in here. They've got the engage.
Yep, Faisal ends up focusing down Pocus and almost gets taken down as the rocket snipes him after all of that. Sketchstreams with the prediction clutches that one out and saves the mid lane tower in the process, as Rift Herald didn't even fell the structure.
No, and there's no plates either, so you either take a turret or you don't. Leaving it half alive doesn't mean anything here. AoE's really starting to take over, and this is what we expect. This is the clean, early-paced, fast-paced, team that we expected to see. Is it the highest kills? Not even close. 4-2 at 18 minutes, but their rotations right now, their map movements are just garnering them advantages in every single lane.
Yeah, this has been really heads up. I am loving the way that AoE have set themselves up for success time and time again in this game, and I don't even think it's champion comfortability, but maybe a little bit more role comfortability. Now that they've warmed up, now that they've gotten a sense of how AoE randoms like to play the game, the main roster has really showcased its adaptability that has gotten them to this point, and it is not nearly too late, because as soon as they're able to execute on this win condition, even if they do win the game, they're not out of the woods yet, and we get to see another time.
Yeah, I think that's what I was kind of thinking randoms might be able to win off of, was the way they draft here. And for most of this series, you know, Julius and Puka are the coaches for the AoE main team. They were kind of content with what they had, and now they're changing it up. You can see that they know how to react. The question, though, is does Coach Incon have more in the pockets of randoms? Can they change things up and kind of throw off Puka and Julius again?
There's still also the gameplay gap that we have to consider, because right now AoE randoms still do have always the opportunity to pull off these team fights, especially with a really nice Rumble ultimate, with Ezreal recently having picked up the Divine Sunderer. That third dragon of the game is spawning, though, and that Cloud Drake has AoE.
They just got pushed out right off the bat. They couldn't even contest for this whatsoever. You're saying that, okay, there's still tools for random here, but the problem is, how are they going to use those tools? They they feel weaker right now. It's not stats, it's not numbers right now. It's just what the players feel. It's the eye test here. And they don't want to pick a fight until they hit some of their power breakpoints. I'm still watching that Mirror Mana, that Mana Mune come through for the side of Short Hop. I think until that comes in, AOE randoms don't want to look for any major fight.
It's so far away, and the item discrepancy between him and Sketchstreams is only growing because they can't look at fights, because they have to back off and move themselves around where the main roster wants to be. AOE randoms are actually missing out on a lot of these proactive plays that might not get you kills, but will get you to waves first, that will get you crashing on towers.
Yep. As the turrets go down, though, it'll be easier for them to respond, but they also do give up control over the map. And now Baron is up. We are at the 20-minute mark. I think trying to blitz it down for AOE might be a little ambitious, but setting up the vision and setting traps, that would be very much their style here. If they can continue to force randoms to poke their head out there very, very cautiously, not able to do anything, they can just continue to catch waves mid with Sketch Dreams, maybe catch waves top with Dark Wings here, and then just watch as randoms kind of starve out, having to send people to deal with them.
Yeah, with no ability to see here, we already have 3 members committing into trying to secure some sort of vision. And one single green ward is going to be dropped, and that's going to be the lifeline of the AoE randoms as we approach what I'm sure is going to be a serious Baron dance.
Yeah, AoE's bringing their control wards to the dance here. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 control wards in inventory here. They really want to deny all the vision, but sadly, they've kind of missed the one that Fizzy's standing on right now. And so they're going to know that it's just a setup at this point. It's posturing. The Baron has not been started.
And we have to consider the side lanes as well. They're ever important as we approach objectives like these, because as Chim gets closer to the top lane, the bot lane tier 2 of AoE, the pressure really starts turning on, and it's going to have to be AoE eventually that do start that Baron, since they aren't committing any members down there to answer this Trundle when he's all alone.
No, they're just turning and burning for Baron here. I like it right now, and just how they're doing this, but they do have to be careful if they engage. They have the vision, and it's just how long it takes for them to get in. With the Kraken Slayer, Baron's already at half health.
Yep, below half HP right now, and Fizzy is playing point guard. I don't even think you get to approach the Baron before it goes down. Over the wall is Josie, though, has to equalize, lost focus, and the Renekton peeled away as well. Double AD carry melts through that Crocodile, and Chim is melted through as well. Has to flash away himself, with Short Hop being relegated all the way back to the recently respawned Raptors. Yes, they do deny a Baron take from AoE's main roster, but AoE randoms, many process.
Yeah, they lose kills, and more importantly, they've lost the TP on Chim. So now they'll have to send Leo down to split push if they want that pressure there. And then if they burn that, if they force another TP there, how is AoE randoms going to answer the next Baron dance? Not to mention, Chim worked on the split push because you can deal with Faisal. I don't think Leo can lane against either Darkwings or Faisal, despite picking up that Stride Breaker already.
And even so, after all of that, even if you are able to survive what can be repeated TP attempts or TP forces, you're still contending with yet another fight around the next objective, because we've only got a minute until that Cloud Drake respawns, and that is something that you can turn and burn very quickly, and that AoE randoms look like at this rate they're going to have to give up.
Yeah, I don't think randoms want a full-blown fight around that dragon. It's really not worth your time. Yes, Soul is nice and all that, but it's Cloud, so they just move a little bit faster. If they run you down, it means the out's down as well. If you can sneak it, though, that's great. And it's not only just the junglers who can sneak it. If Chim isn't spotted out here and the dragon spawns, Chim can actually take that on. Actually, same for Leo as well.
At the moment, the Baron is the thing being focused, as I believe this is a 2-man attempt on it. No vision is going to be spotted out right now by the Scrying Bloom. Gives AoE randoms a little bit of a heads up that was at least started. And from the side, Short Hop is putting in a lot of damage. Good hook onto Fizzy as well. Almost melts through him as Pocus eats a lot of damage himself. Gets taken down by Sketch Stream's Super Mega Death Rocket. Fizzy's able to escape, but Chim is the one in the front line while Leo is on the side. You have to be very careful as AoE that you do not lose your grip here.
RBM just zoned out 3 people. without having to use Zhonya's. That is a massive win for them right there. They find the pick as well. That's more gold in their pocket, and now Dragon's up Tia. Now they can turn for it, and without the big equalizer, that big team fight tool, Randoms just has to watch as it goes away.
And they're gonna watch it on their mini-maps, but they're also going to try and answer back in this mid lane, because finding something here is what they need to do. Jim is on the receiving end of an engage, though. Might be what they give up for this small objective that they got in response for the draft.
I don't know if they can do Baron, though, even though they get that pick. Josie is up. Equalizer just came off cooldown as well. It's a little risky. Flash is available here. And yeah, they're doing it. A bit risky. 50-50. No vision, though. No vision.
No, this is interesting. They're going to try and force this fight right now. Fizzy has healed up pretty significantly since the last play. Pocus still needs to be the one to find and engage. And that Baron's full of half health. Josie, I guess
1K.
he's going to go for the flash steal, and there goes for it and finds it as well. AOE friend, they keep themselves in the game on the back of their jungler.
Josie, you beast! That is criminal the way he got in there. And with the equalizer to give vision as well, that was so well played. AOE Randoms stay alive. I hesitate to say they're going to win off of this deal, or that they can even find substantial leads off this Baron buff, but they have stopped the AOE train dead in its tracks for the next couple of minutes.
And I'm wondering right now, because we do finally see the Muramana picked up for Short Hop, if they can finally fight some sort of front to back, because they still have Chim, who can still zone out Faisal, and Sketch Streams is a big problem, but he might be one that you can still deal with right now. It's a very odd state of the game. We're still not at full builds. We can't say that we have fully scaled out, but at the very least, if you can find a fight as AoE randoms, you can get yourself a whole heck of a lot more gold than just a Baron.
Yeah, and it bears noting right now that while, yes, AoE has been the one finding all the kills, we've not actually seen a proper full team fight in a while here. It's mostly randoms on the run, backing out after a questionable engage from Paukas with that hook. So we don't actually know if they were to stand there and trade, whether or not Sketch Dreams would be an absolute monster. I think with that 2-item power spike, I'm inclined to say AoE wins any team fight, Baron or not here, but maybe the Ezreal can kite around. It worked in game 1, and we just haven't seen the damage come out of Short Hop quite yet.
It's possible. I think the thing that's keeping hope alive for me here is their ability to burn through the front, because both Chim and Short Hop both have the Divine Sundra, which is really underrated when it comes to cutting through bruisers and tanks alike. And Faisal has been doing really well, but it's not going to save him from this percent health damage that comes with the Divine Sundra.
Yeah, again, quick check onto Faisal right now. 851 bonus health from that Soul Furnace.
That
and
might save him.
3,300 health overall right now. So yeah, is getting a little tacky. Still running away from Chim though. So looks like, okay, Chim still got that handle on top. And if they can continue to maintain this state right now, that's beneficial for AoE randoms. The sad part is Chim doesn't have Baron, or else this would be a lot more threatening.
Yeah, it would certainly be much scarier if there was at least some sort of pressure from that split pusher, although having the Baron at all is something that I'm pretty sure AoE randoms weren't exactly on. Right now, they're planning a mid lane push, it looks like, but instead, they're kind of sandwiching themselves.
I am so scared of a flank right now for them here. You can see Chim off on the side. That's going to stop the unstoppable charge coming through from Faisal, but it won't stop that.
Fizzy on Vision still gets that hook, and now the Zhonya's is forced. It is your team fight to win, especially Equalizer already being down. It does trap 3 members of the AoE main squad, though, and it will mean that AoE randoms get to survive another day. But now, off the back of that Baron buff finally ending, I think that we can really say that that's all they did was survive.
Oh, Paukas having to burn Flash there, was caught basing. I was going to say that the Baron was put to good use and AoE burned to teleport there, but at the end of the day, I can't say that anymore. You lost Flash on the other side. The outs will be back up, but look at this siege push. The moment Baron is gone, that Jinx rocket, the range there, just able to poke down with very little reliable answer from the side of the randoms.
It's really difficult, and it's only going to get more difficult around this next dragon. It's coming up 38 seconds on that, and AoE should have it. The Cloud Soul for them, and a teleport in the mid lane suggests that they aren't exactly keen about giving it up as the random choice they have.
To be honest, I don't think that Cloud Soul is going to necessarily help end the game that much swifter here. It's just kind of a point of contention for the two teams to fight over. And without that True Shot Barrage right now, well, I guess they traded for the culling. So two big AD carry ultimates are currently not available. And Randoms get the inside track right now. They've got a little bit better vision.
Darkwink's just reset, and he's teleporting in from the bot lane, where RBM is also pushing. Focus goes to the engage again, finds Azanya's huge equalizer, gets laid down with a dominant. Well, AoE just enough to keep AoE's main roster at bay. It will be a dragon pickup from Josie, and a very well executed team fight as well to go 1-for-1.
RBM is shopping.
Oh, wow, he actually got it. I thought that was gonna. I thought that recall was.
I actually thought Shorthop might be doomed by jumping to that bush, but hey, it completed happened. RBM got caught, and I want to point out that fight there, RBM now has to make a decision as Diana. Are you going in to initiate, or are you going in to try and contest the objective? RBM, sure, they got the early kill out. That's all good and well, but because you're melee, because you're soaking up that damage, once you engage once, you can't actually go in and contest. Josie didn't have to worry. At no point was the Cloud Drake under risk of being stolen by the side of AoE, because they just could not get past that threat there, and Josie had smite. RBM was too far away.
It's an unfortunate way to lose the team fight, but one that I suspect AoE randoms are keen to repeat, because that looked really good for them, being able to bait out the incredible aggression from the entirety of the AoE roster right there in response to what was honestly a really tight situation. Keeping yourselves even in the Dragons, though, isn't really the thing that'll change the game. Faisal going in, though, that could. Fizzy finds a hook onto Pocus, who should be able to put down the ultimate before he goes down. Has fallen now. The Equalizer claims another kill in response. Josie using it to pick up Fizzy. Sketch Stream's still pretty safe right now. The culling gets thrown out as well, forcing a flash out of Leo. Yeah, AoE randoms are kept at bay despite really wanting to commit to that.
Yeah, and now RBM not getting caught. Just uses bait, and Chim overextending. That pillar did not do what he thought. Can they contest this right now? I mean, Josie's stolen once. Flash is available again.
I don't know if they can, though, because it's already at that 2,000 HP mark. Nowhere near is the Rumble. Leo's going to get chunked out right now. And unfortunately, Chim separating them from the pack was just the beginning of the end, because now AoE randoms are torn apart.
This is not. Is he actually going to get out of this? No way.
Oh my god, wait, Josie turns this? Josie turns these? Okay, he gets the Zanyas, then goes down. That was really close, but it wasn't close enough.
Yeah, I honestly think if Josie just kept running, you had Flash, you probably would have gotten away there, but a valiant attempt to turn it around, and here's the Baron push. We saw it from the randoms here. When the randoms did it, they bought time. When AoE is doing it, they're looking to close out a game, and with not a lot of inner turret standing right now, if a single inhibitor turret goes down, that could spell the potential last push.
It's a terrifying prospect to be facing down as AoE randoms to go to that final match, have it be anyone's game in a best of one, and what has already been an incredibly volatile series. But it's the barrel of the gun that they are looking down right now, and not one that appears to be going anywhere, as that Baron, like you say, has the potential to crack the base, to change the game and make it that much harder for AoE randoms to find their team fights.
They have very successfully cut it around these fights, and I'm still looking at short hop here, Dia, for randoms, because so far I feel like when they've won the fights, it's not been straight up huge brawls. It's been a lot of poke from the outside. The Divine Sunderer chunking Faisal away. Faisal starts the fight with maybe 60% health, and then, you know, everybody else has taken a bit of poke. So I'm continuing to look at that poke to come through here, and I think Pocus needs to be a little bit more reserved with this Dredge line. Fizzy throwing out Death Sentence is fine. Fizzy's not in trouble when that hook lands. Pocus, on the other hand, you're throwing your body in there, and if you can't win the fight, you aren't coming back out of it.
All right, now he's got to throw his body in sometime, because this inhibitor tower's under fire, and unfortunately no angle gets found by the Nautilus. Instead, zoned away from the inhibitor even. Fully cracked now for AoE randoms, and the mid lane is even under siege as well. They don't look like they're going to be able to find the engage here.
Oh, like I said, the moment one inhibitor goes down, that's kind of the march for that final push. You go back, you base, you get ready. They're actually just looking for the full 3-peat here. They're going topside. They want to maximize their gold values here. 40 seconds on Baron. That should be enough time to take down top inner.
AOE's main roster look terrifying right now, and if I am AOE randoms, I am thinking about what on earth we're going to do come this dragon, and likely what we're going to do come next game, because this sort of 3-peat isn't just netting incredible amounts of priority on the map, it's also netting them gold, and though a 10,000 gold lead at 60,000 doesn't mean nearly as much, it still means a lot, and that is going to be never more so evident than it is around this Baron. Or sorry, around this turret. As a hook comes in from Pocus. Equalizer is big. From the back line, we have Short Hop able to survive and even take down RBM. It's 2 picks. We're trying to make it 3 though as Shim goes forward. Josie needs to find the slows here, and Faisal trying desperately to get out. Should be caught. It's just a slow chase down, a slow bleed out as AOE get caught overextended once more.
I was going to say, Dia, forget the Drake. I don't think we're even looking at that John before the end of the game. Okay, Josie's fine. But they absolutely managed to turn this here. Great initiation. And the key point was they found Sketch Dreams in that fight. Sketch Dreams was forced to sit on the volcanic lava of that equalizer there. And as much as Dark Wings and RBM have been the big carries early, we're past 30 minutes. It's Jinx time here, and Jinx needs to live.
And remember we were talking about the gold earlier? I know that I said it wasn't that important, but the reality is that if you base with 10,000 gold of a lead in your pocket, you don't lose that 10,000 gold lead almost instantly. But as it is, we've already narrowed that to 4,000, and AOE randoms, they got to do that for free. It was an overextension, and sure, the game is still difficult for them, but after a team fight like that, I'm giving hope.
Yeah, 4K gold doesn't even matter at this point. We're at 60.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, they're all 12K at least on average across the board here. And it's more about, can you find that miracle hook once again? Can you find that miracle equalizer? And for AOE, can you protect your Jinx? Because I think that particular one happened as they were backing. They weren't necessarily in good order. So far, AOE on the aggressive have always had their front-to-back formation. Now, they're looking to push topside once again. 2 inhibs are still down. Supers are flooding in here. And this time, they've shot, they've bought. They're not looking to back off.
Good poke from Short Hop. Still doing huge damage, by the way, on this Ezreal now that he's picked up his 4th item of the game. It's an odd build, not one that I see often, but I think it's really putting out the work for him.
Sorry, which build do you?
The Ezreal build right now. I'm more used to the Duskblade.
Okay. Yes, yeah. Divine Thunder has kind of overtaken Duskblade a little bit because it does give you that % penetration. And if you're running to tank, sometimes that's better than lethality, which is more for the squishy here. But yeah, everything else aside, I mean, the Sirota's Grudge, the Ravenous Hydra, all those things are fairly standard. And I must say,
Same.
Actually, yeah. Sirota's Grudge, pardon me, that almost called it Sirota's Judge because that's what it's been doing, has been absolutely monumental. It's been stopping a lot of the follow-up engage after the initial fight.
Well, we're stopping the engage right now. Into the front lines goes Faisal. RBM gets chunked out on the side. And in the back line, Sketchstreams was knocked up for a moment, but now it's free to fire with the rockets onto everyone. No shutdown just yet, but finally gets excited. Sketchstreams is in a rampage, but Josie's all over him with the flame spitter. Shim throws in the pillar to slow them up. That's from the back line. Short Hop is trying to put out the relevant damage himself. It is a very, very close fight, but Sketchstreams and Darkwings have to back off, and AOE Random just won that skirmish.
Barely here, Dia, but it's good enough. The Ravenous Hydra hitting multiple targets on each of those folks. And we've been saying, you know, Sketch Dreams needs to survive. Sketch Dreams survived. That's, I think, the main reason why that wasn't a complete wipe across the board. Baron is up right now. Sketch Dreams doesn't have a lot of healing, but the pings come down. Can they sneak it?
They might be able to. I think it's a little bit overzealous, though, and I think that's ultimately going to be the call. Is more to make sure that AOE randoms aren't starting this up than it is for AOE main to start taking it themselves. Although, as the respawns start coming in, there we go.
Oh my goodness. They were just being sneaky, Dia. They are going to be able to take this one. They don't have a ton of life still. They didn't need it. They had damage, and that gets them the Baron here. Before the last Baron was probably their best time to push in and end the game. This Baron's going to be a lot dicier because the inhibs are up, but it's not so much the inhibs that have been the issue, so much as not being able to fully answer this Ezreal right now. Yes, the Ezreal wasn't putting out that much damage. He is now, and who can reach him? Even the Jinx can't quite reach the arcane shot range, the mystic shot range.
I'm taking a drink of water right now because we are about to really send it. This is with the Baron push in the mid lane of all. This is definitely the end of game push.
I want to say yes, yeah. I really want to say yes, but randoms, they don't have to win the fight. They just have to pull out the fight. That inhib is gone, and Chim is looking for a flank here.
Yeah, on the flank right now is a really good place for the Trundle to be. Pocus just needs to find the hook here, and though that inhibitor comes back up, it's not going to be taken down. The base is more or less intact for the randoms right now. It doesn't seem like AoE are finding a way in.
I want to see AoE look for the flank with RBM right now. You do need to find a way to kill the Ezreal, because Short Hop is doing the bulk of the damage in these fights, shredding the tanks, poking down the squishier members as well. And if you send or go and use a 4-1 split push right now, if you're all grouped up, then you have to worry. Everybody has to worry about that same threat. When you're all split up here, I don't think anybody can fully answer Dark Wings right now. I have not seen the Leo matchup, but every time we did see it beforehand, it wasn't good for Leo.
Well, right now, Shim threatens yet another engage, though pulls everybody back in. Those Baron minions are doing work on the inhibitor right now. That cannon is 2 autos away from chunking it down, and that would break the base one more time, but they managed to survive. Another push is coming in, though. God, this just keeps going. It's the war of attrition here, and hey, we are slowly eking out advantages.
Has just been taken now by Dark Wings. TP coming back. I don't know if this is necessary. They don't have a ton of healing either. They're brute forcing this. They're trying to make use of that last minute of Baron here.
My question is, at this point in the game, how much does this Cloud Soul change the outcome of the fight? Good equalizer there, chunks out everybody as an aggressive shift forward from Short Hop isn't punished, and though one inhibitor falls, are we going to be able to make it to here? Are we going to at least be able to do what we did with last Baron?
I don't think so. I think you force this without Baron. You're looking for trouble. If anything, AoE just needs to sit back. They outskill, and they've got Elder.
Chim gets engaged on the side, though, and now RBM commits over the wall with the Zanyas to stall it out. Chim is forced to use that subjugate early, and Leo in the front line gets a hook from Pocus to help him out here. It's all over the Jinx in the back line. The equalizer comes back up again. Dark Wings gets exhausted. Sketch Streams gets Dark Passage to safety, but there's still a Renekton on his face as Chim comes in from the side for the cleanup. And we randoms, they clutch another fight outside their base.
Dark Wings, the one lone survivor of that massacre, Dian. I already said, like, I didn't think they were going to get in hit. They do. And instead of just running away, they try and get away with murder. It doesn't work. RBM didn't have to engage here. The death timers are quite long, 30 seconds here. I don't think AoE randoms can end, but they can probably take an in hit.
That's exactly what they're looking to do right now. Chim tanking up the tower. 15 seconds on RBM, 19 on Faisal. Darkwing's doing what he can, but a teleport into the base is going to secure this inhibitor. Are they actually going to try and go for this right now? 4 seconds on RBM, 24 on Sketch Streams. The carry in the Jinx. Darkwings gets hooked. He's going to go down. RBM has to find the miracle here. The Moonfall only gets one. Short Hop is safe in the back. Fizzy can't do anything. The CC isn't there. Darkwings has respawned with the Guardian Angel. Is trying to put out the damage, but again, an Arcane Shift saves Short Hop's life. He doesn't get knocked up. The Nexus is under fire. And AoE randoms send themselves to the semifinals.
What on earth are randoms doing, Dia? This is insane.
Oh my god. Oh my god, they did it! They did it, RMC! At the end of a crazy series, they deny the 5th game when AoE's main roster should have taken it all. They were in position, but what miracles were spoken of?
Yeah, I am tearing up from that game. That was incredible here. And randoms, anybody who thinks of AoE randoms as just like the B team for AoE has another thing coming. They're not an A and a B team relationship. These are sister teams. And I think people have started recognizing how strong AoE main roster is. They need to start looking at AoE randoms as well, because they just took out the AoE main squad and they looked good while doing it. Games 2, games 3, incredibly one-sided. Game 4, though, they were on the back foot the entire time. They were going to get outscaled, and still, Short Hop 9-1 and 8 forcing the entire team down the throat of the AOE main team and taking the Nexus in the most clutch win we've seen this series.
That was so insane. And literally, it was the Ezreal that I flamed draft as well. Like, I could not have possibly imagined this end game scenario where sketch streams on the Jinx of all things would be the one under the most threat. It just felt like AOE randoms were able to pull out these miracle of team fights. The Rumble equalizers split everybody up perfectly, and that was just from watching the game for how long was this? 43 minutes? I mean, they had to do that so many times. But you know what? We weren't the only ones watching the game. We had the analysts in the back as well, and I want to know what their thoughts on this game were. What their thoughts on this game were? Who got to sit back from a more removed perspective and watch over all? Let's send it over to our superstars, Gungeon.
Lee moly. That was an incredible game for Gunjan. That was literally, I'm still shaking. I'm lost for words at what that was. It looked so good for AOE main for so long. And then just the scaling coming out from randoms. Well, that's not something we were expecting coming into that.
I never doubted them. After my game 2 post-game switch-up, I never doubted them. The belief in that team to try to pull it through. We were talking about it. It felt like they got outscaled after minute 12. It felt like the Scion frontline, the Jinx is there, the Lucian was scaling up. But fight after fight after fight, whether it was clutch hook from Pocus, whether it was Rumble ultis, whether it was just a beautiful engage from Leo on the Renekton, I don't know how they pulled it off. I thought that the game was going to go to Elder, but it never did end up getting the Elder because AOE Random said, once we have the lead, once we got the advantage, we're going to push it down your throat and we're going for it. And they went for it. And we have Short Hop on the interview. We have him on the desk to kind of break down what happened in that game number 4. Short Hop, are you ready to explain what a game that was? Wow.
Words are hard to do justice. That was a banger of a game and a banger of a series. It was really close. AOE main is good, but damn, we scaled. We really scaled. I entered in the early game, which made it really difficult for bot side, but we came back. Team was really poggers.
Some of your Ezreal LTs just, I was mind boggled at how much damage they were able to do. Just coming with some of those buffs to that a more tanky build there you have with the Divine Sunder. But I want to take a bit of a step back, just to kind of the start of the series. You guys are the quote unquote sister team. You are AOE Randoms. You were picked up by the organization a little bit later than the main roster. Going into this series, what were you guys feeling? What were you guys like? What were your strategies to try and take down a team that so many analysts, so many different people have ranked very high?
Well, a lot of people are sleeping on us, but I mean, they're called AOE main because I guess they couldn't think of anything else to call themselves, but we're 2 equal teams under AOE. I wouldn't say that they're like a main team or anything, but everybody likes to think that, and they think that the randoms are just randoms, but we're not. We've been putting in hard work, sort of just quietly doing our own thing. An underdog story is always fun. I personally have known that in the past, having played with Western University, so no stranger to that. But yeah, I mean, the analysts are analysts, right? It's talk is cheap. We show up and we play our best League of Legends, and that's all that matters to us, really. You know, people can chirp and say whatever they want. It doesn't impact us.
Yeah, and you guys played your heart out. Again, going into this game, I'm not going to act. We all predicted 3-1 for AOE main because just from the stats, just looking at kind of their dominating performance versus TSM Academy and versus EG, it looked like kind of a mismatch. But going after game number 1, after just looking at kind of how you guys were playing, especially your drafts, kind of break that down to me because, again, it felt like you guys had just time after time in these drafts, especially in game 1 where you guys had that R5 size that kind of just negated the Ornn top lane and the Zed in the side lane. How was the draft? How was kind of the game plan going into the series in terms of just pick and ban and what you guys were focusing on?
Yeah, so AOE main actually selected the blue side to start, and every time we got side selection, we chose red. So they wanted blue and we wanted red, and we're quite happy with that. We had a lot of different draft plans done. We all put in time together with our coach. It was excellent. And basically, we took away a lot of their strengths. The Lee Sin and Tristana specifically. they are no strangers to playing those champs, and we just really wanted to draft stuff that we were comfortable on, and also stuff that we're good at. And it's no surprise. You can go back and look at our previous games to see that we've been playing this kind of stuff. And don't fix what ain't broken, as you saw in the transition to Game 3, where we sort of ran back the same draft, except sort of locked in Swain. We identified that as the answer. And drafting was a huge part of it. I definitely agree. I think the fourth game was probably the closest in terms of the draft. It was pretty 50-50, but the other games were definitely won by those who were favored by the draft.
And I want to add on to that a little bit. Just going off of that draft, you guys definitely picked a little bit more unorthodox compared to the main roster, and specifically with your bot lane partner in Pockets. You guys have been playing together for a decent amount of time. You guys kind of, I feel like, have gotten to know each other, and you guys have also brought out these different picks, whether it be the Swain in Game 3 or even last series against Supernova when you brought out that Senna and Maokai. But just, can you describe your relationship with Pockets and how you guys have grown and really become a super strong bot lane here in the NA semi-pro scene?
Yeah, so I attribute the vast majority of my growth to Pockus over the last year, having played with him. He's an incredibly smart player and extremely good, and often just overlooked by basically everybody in the scene because they think he's quote unquote old. Well, I'm in the same boat, and we have a lot of faith in each other. And we play a bunch of weird stuff, and we're not afraid to do it. Like the Swain, for example, or the Rakan, stuff that we love to play, and prime opportunities were presented to it. So we took it. And whenever someone sort of has a weird way of saying, for example, in Game 3, I said, I want the Swain here. Like, it's just going to be good. Team trusted me. And that's the sort of trust that we all have in each other. And I specifically have in Pockets. He has mentored me a lot on how to play properly and competitive. And it's not perfect. Neither of us are perfect, but I think we facilitate each other's growth a lot. And that is starting to become apparent, hopefully, to everybody watching.
And you talked about that trust, and as we kind of, again, everyone wants to know about game number 4. You guys fall behind in the early game, and it looks like the draft is kind of not centered to scale around you. Again, you have the Lucian mid, you have the Jinx scaling with the Thresh support to kind of give her that peel. And as the mid-game fights went on, after the Baron was kind of flipped on their end, the game kind of got into that even state. Who's the one on the team that's making the calls, that's saying, guys, we can win this? Who's breaking down that game plan? Who's bringing down that game strategy to really kind of pull you guys up from your bootstraps and kind of take that Game 4 win?
Yeah, so it's a mix of everybody. So the Baron call was actually a lot of Pockets and Chim just yelling, "It's a steal angle," and that's all we had. And then Josie executed. So really crazy. I called to layer on Ezreal stuff, and he just flashed in and hit it at the perfect time. So credit to him. And aside from that, just the scaling. As soon as we hit we really need to slow down the game once Jinx hit the 3-item breakpoint, and Renekton and Trundle were still on like 2 to 2.5 items, because we knew as soon as Trundle and Renekton hit the 3-item spike, Jinx's effectiveness would fall off a lot. So it was really tough. The Baron steal definitely cemented it. Otherwise, they would have closed this game out with how far ahead their mid and AD were. But once we had that steal, we were able to just slowly poke. You saw the Ezreal ultis, as you mentioned, were able to poke the wave down and poke them a lot. So they had to spend time sustaining or whatever it might be. And really, their only hard engage option was the Scion. Diana would just be basically dying every time she tried to go in. And if Scion tried to go in, he would get pillared and sucked by Trundle. I don't know what the hell the ult's called, but yeah, we would slowly we just slowly came back. And yeah, it was a gruesome one. It was really close.
And you guys did so much. Take a look at that damage chart on the screen. You had so much damage on the Ezreal. Obviously, Ezreal's a pro champion, but still, just the amount of work you were able to put into those fights. Just even a single ultimate to zone off somebody like Sketchstreams at any of those fights, coming down to that crucial one at the end where you ended up clutching it out and taking home the victory. Looking forward, though, to next week, Short Hop. You guys are going to be playing in the semifinals against Zeus Gaming on Monday, who took down Golden Guardians Academy in a 3-0. First of all, what are some of your thoughts initially about the team? I don't know how much scouting you guys have done. And second of all, are you going to ask former teammates of Alorum, Raheen, and Rhino, RBM, and Darkwings if they have any advice to go up against their former teammates?
If we're gonna be talking to, RBM or Darkwings, maybe not. I mean, we're all like friends and get along, so the discussion might happen. But there's only so much that's respectful to say at a point. So um, if they have anything, I'm sure we'll be chatting, but don't want to go too far on that. Aside from that, Zoo's great team. We've practiced against them. They are incredibly good, but we have shown a lot of growth over recent times, as evident tonight. And I think that it will be a lot closer than people have predicted, sort of just like today and yesterday for us. So I think it'll be a great set to watch. I think it'll be a lot of fun.
A lot of fun indeed. And again, I want to thank you so much, Short Hops, for giving us just a banger best of 5. And again, going into that game number 4, I'll say it again. I predicted AOE at the start, but I switched up. After I saw you guys' beautiful team comps, I was on the AOE randoms hype train. Don't get it wrong. Prince was always there for you guys. But again, a great best of 5. And if you have any shout outs or anything you want to say on stream, now's your chance, man.
Yeah, shout out to everybody on the team. I had a week where I was just inting every single scrim, and their mentals were really boom. But I promised I might bring it back after I spent some time just sort of stepping back from the game and really focusing on what I need to do. So lots of love there. Just love to my team, and they're great guys, great teammates, and I am looking forward to running this whole Proving Ground circuit with them and showing everybody what we're capable of.
It's awesome to hear. Thank you so much for the interview, Short Hop. Best of luck on Monday when you guys go up against Zeus. And yeah, have a wonderful night.
Thank you, gentlemen. Have a great night.
And Gunjan, before we wrap up the show, I just want to talk about how incredible, again, that game was and that series was, and just how amazing AOE Randoms ended up playing. Their drafts really look solid, and they really look super intuitive throughout. And this is not the team that a lot of people were expecting going into Challengers Uprising this year.
No, not at all. And you can see that they've kind of adjusted to the 11.11 kind of patch, and they've adjusted to this new age of draft. Flex picks everywhere, the AP jungles, the AP junglers, and as well, they've added kind of that flavor into the bot lane where they're saying if we're gonna go for that early game focus on that dragon stacking and really kind of push you to fight us at that 25-minute mark, why do we need to run an AD who needs 3 items? Let's just run the Swain. So I'm excited to see them. I'm excited to see their growth, as Short Hops mentioned, and I'm excited to see what they do next week, because I think that they have a chance to really take it all if the improvement that we've seen this week kind of keeps going on.
Yeah, and honestly, this is definitely a team that not a lot of people had ranked super high on their list, but they definitely have to be aware of them now as AOE Randoms take down AOE Main 3-1 here in the Challengers Uprising quarterfinals. But that's going to be it for us here on the Area of Effect stream. Gunjan, it's been a pleasure working the desk with you. Shout outs to our boys, Dia and RMC, for the incredible cast, and of course, our lovely producer, Ibram. Gunjan, is there anything you want to say before we wrap up?
No, I'm excited for more games. This was a banger set, best of 5, and I'm excited for more. Thank you so much for having me on stream, and I hope to do it another time.
Well, that is going to be it for us once again, but there is still Proving Grounds action going on right this instant. Head over to Trova right now, where Wildcard and Evil Geniuses Prodigies are in Champion Select for their Game 5. Winner goes on to play Resolve on Monday. But with that, I am Grapes, joined here by Gunjan once again, saying so long for now, and we'll see you next week.